Good morning and welcome to Wethersfield High School for the Winton Keene Bittner 9/11 Memorial Soccer Jamboree. At this time, we are ready to begin our opening ceremonies. Heading toward the center of the field will be future Eagle stars from the Wethersfield George D. Ritchie Soccer Club, along with today's Master of Ceremonies, Vice President of the Wethersfield High School Soccer Boosters, Mr. Darren Hobbs.
Good morning, everybody. We're going to line up these young superstars at the center circle here. And good morning again. Thanks for coming to the 23rd Winton Keene Bittner 9/11 Memorial Jamboree. As Dave said, I'm Darren Hobbs, the Vice President of the Wethersfield High School Soccer Boosters. I'm honored to be here today standing in for our president, Stephanie McKenna, who unfortunately is unable to be here while she works through some health challenges. Steph has been the brains and the engine and everything behind organizing today's event. So I'd like to take a second, if you don't mind, because I know she's watching at home on the YouTube stream, to give Steph a loud round of applause and send her lots of love. Thank you. Putting today together takes a small army of volunteers, so I'd like to start by thanking my fellow booster board members. Steph McKenna, as I mentioned, Dan Bielowik, Colleen Krusowicz, and Emily Provost have also worked super hard in the background to help us get this off the ground. You'll also see as you go around today, we have an incredible army of volunteers working on the merchandising, the concessions, and many other things to make sure today is successful. Special thanks to Eric Bonnell, manning the apparel station up there. Please stop by, especially if you're from Wethersfield, and buy some great apparel. I understand some of the teams might also be interested in some of that apparel for their own programs. You can go try it on to get the sizes right. Of course, big thanks to my fellow referees who are at the back in yellow. They're going to be putting some miles on the field today. Please show them some love. If you don't know about their social media guy, Refs Need Love 2, I would suggest you follow him to learn how to love referees. They are more than just referees, though, of course. They do so much in our community the year round. Thanks to all the schools who are participating today, and especially Wethersfield's own coach, Rob Yakim, and our new coach, Matt Cameron, on the girls' team. Thanks to Wethersfield High School's new athletic director, Sterling Scanlon, who has joined right before the season starts, but has hit the ground running. To all the players, enjoy this moment. Play hard, have fun, show good sportsmanship, and respect your opponents, and of course, the game officials. They need love too. We have the best high school sport commentary team up in our booth today, Dave Gustafson and Tom McCarter. They're streaming live on YouTube and do a phenomenal job for us. You'll see photos today, courtesy of Joanne Campbell. She does a great job for us too. Thanks to the Wethersfield George D. Ritchie Soccer Club for the unwavering support and generous contributions over the years. As you heard, we're joined today by a generation of players from the club's rec soccer program. Before we know it, they'll be walking out on this field and playing for the high school. Also with us are Mayor Lesser from the town, and from our Board of Education, Bobby Granado and Marjorie Callan Carson. Thank you for joining us. If you have a moment today, check out the banner at the top of the hill, where you'll see all the companies and organizations that sponsored this event and this season. Special thanks to all of them. Now, most importantly, this Jamboree is held in the memory of 3 Wethersfield residents who tragically lost their lives in the World Trade Center on September 11, 2001. David Winton, whose sister Sarah is with us today, will say a few words shortly. Richard Keane, whose wife Judy had hoped to be with us today, but is immobilized with a recent injury. Judy plans to come back stronger next year. And Jeffrey Bittner. Each found solace around the soccer fields of Wethersfield at one time or another during their lives. Although the Jamboree is a special memorial event, it's also meant to be a celebration of sportsmanship, athletics, and camaraderie. This is a special event which brings together our community. Please keep those families in your thoughts and enjoy today's soccer as David, Richard, and Jeffrey would want us to. Now, without further ado, it's time to introduce the teams for today, starting with the girls' teams and our very own Wethersfield Eagles, led out by Matt Cameron. Next, it's Newington, led out by Jeff Brunetti. And now Maloney from Meriden, led out by Darius and Daja Riddle. And Mayshook from Monroe, led out by Katie Kreiner. Up next are the boys' teams, and first it's our very own Wethersfield Eagles, led out by the legendary Rob Yakin. It's my job to embarrass you, Rob. Simsbury, led out by Mike McCullough. Kingswood, Oxford, led out by Richard Shore, a fellow Brit. And last but not least, Tolland, by Mike Kakomo. Thank you, teams and coaches. So at this point, we would have had some remarks from Judy Keane. As I said, she's recovering from an injury, but she asked me to say a few words to encourage everyone to support the Richard M. Keane Foundation after-school programs in town, because the programs honor all who died on that day and ensure that all our youth are well taken care of in the critical after-school hours. Judy reminds us that our children are the future. Now, I'm pleased to introduce Sarah Winton Coffey, who will say a few words.
I just want to say thank you to everyone for coming today. Thank you to the soccer boosters especially, and for the Wethersfield School District for continuing to remember my brother who played on this very field. This is a very special game. It means the world to me to have him remembered, because he did love this game and he loved this high school very much. He played as a youth soccer player with Jeff Bittner, who went on to KO, as you know. And both boys, through the youth sports system, had played for Mr. Keane. Stay healthy this season, play well, and please remember all of those lost on September 11th. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarah. So before we get the games underway, please stand, if you're able to, for the singing of God Bless America and the National Anthem by Emily and Jacqueline Coffey.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the nights with the lights from above. From the mountains Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's record, the bombs bursting, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Wow, that was incredible, totally beautiful. That was amazing. I know these ladies have been here before, and it just every year it real hits hard. It's amazing. All right, so that wraps up all the words. Now it's just time to play some soccer.
Fans, a reminder of our schedule. First game start in about 10 minutes at 10:30 here on Catone Field. It will be girls soccer Wethersfield against Newington. Also at 10:30 over on DeChico Field, Maloney against Massac in girls soccer. Fans, as a reminder, before the first games, the concession stand is open. Visit it over by the flag on the concourse for a special $5 bagel combo and all sorts of other snacks and beverages. Good morning, soccer fans, and welcome to the unofficial start of the 2025 fall soccer season here at Wethersfield. It is the 23rd Winton Keene Bittner Soccer Jamboree. Fun day of soccer for an important cause and memory. And we are underway with our first game here on Catone, which is the Wethersfield girls in the pink jerseys, playing a familiar rival in the gold. That is the Nor'easters of Newington. So Wethersfield, Newington girls soccer here first up on Catone. Over on DeChico right now is Maloney and Massick in the girls action. Each team today will play 3 30-minute games, running clock. It's a good test for early in this season as the regular season gets underway this coming week. In fact, we'll have 2 live streams coming for you next week. Wednesday, September 3rd, we'll have the boys at home against Berlin. It's a 3:45 kickoff. Friday, we'll have the girls at Berlin, a 6 p.m. under the lights game at Sage Park in Berlin. Right now, though, the Jamboree is underway. We're 1 minute into the action, no score. Again, each team today will play round-robin schedule. 4 teams on the girls' side, 4 teams on the boys' side. We talked about the girls' teams. Coming up after this one at 11:05, Wethersfield boys will be here on Catone. They, in that one, will be playing Simsbury. The other 2 boys' teams here today are Kingswood Oxford and last season's Class M state champion, Tolland, is the 4th team on the boys' side here for the Jamboree today. Beautiful sunny day here in Wethersfield. A lot of glare out on the field as we get ready for the season. My name's Dave Gustafson. Alongside me is Tom McCarter. As always, running the production. He will add analysis as we get going, maybe even some investigative journalism tips as we go through this day and the regular season.
Oh, great ball.
We're joined today, special guest on camera, Sophie Gustafson, 2021 Wethersfield High School graduate.
It's a family affair today.
Operating the camera for us here, following all the action so we can bring it to you. Again, we've got Wethersfield in pink, moving right to left as you watch along with us here. Newington in the gold jerseys going left to right here in this first game of the Winton Keene Bittner Soccer Jamboree. If you were with us earlier, you heard the opening ceremonies. Master of Ceremonies, Darren Hobbs, Vice President of the WHS Soccer Boosters, did an excellent job. Comments from Sarah Coffey as we get Wethersfield maybe with an opportunity brewing here, top of the arc, having to pull it back. You see the captain's band there on Bella DeStefani. She and fellow senior Alana Burnell named captains for this 2025 season under new head coach Matt Cameron taking over the reins for the Wethersfield girls program this year.
And we get our first look at Wethersfield's corner kick. And even though this is the preseason, the coaches are trying things out. You know, they only a couple of days until regular season games are played. And it looks like that might be DeStefani, left-footed corner kick, bending out.
Goes all the way across, bounces outside the 18 on the far side now, chased down by the Eagles. Good battle on the far sideline. Wethersfield still trying to maintain possession. They'll do that. Back toward the top of the 18. Good back and forth battle here.
And if you don't hear us say too many names, this is going to be onside here. Breakaway for Newington.
Let's see. Because good battle here. What's Gianfrido going to do in net? She's going to come out and gets the save. Nicely done by Giada Gianfrido in net for Wethersfield.
Yeah, and well defended there, too. The Wethersfield defender, shoulder to shoulder, slowed the Newington attacker down, and Gianfrido did a good job coming out to the top of the box there.
Good one-on-one foot race. That was a full-out sprint between the Newington attacker and the Wethersfield defender. Gianfrido able to come out off the line and near the top of the box, pick that one up. We're just over 4 minutes into the first game of the day. Again, 30-minute running clock as DeStefani takes a tumble, but pops right back up. Something that you've become accustomed to seeing if you've watched Wethersfield over the last few seasons. Always pops back up and is ready to get back into the action. Bella DeStefani featured on the Game Time CT 25 players to watch in CIAC girls soccer this season, as was boys counterpart Ramo Amatovic. So 2 Wethersfield players on the preseason CIAC watch list. Both teams coming off successful campaigns last year.
Wethersfield's got a good balance of different grades and ages. Only 3 seniors on the roster, which is surprising. A lot of juniors, a lot of sophomores, and even a handful of freshmen on the team as well.
Sorry, we had ball pop toward the net, but goes wide left here.
Let's try to take a look at our first.
Here we go.
The Newington chance. You see the Wethersfield defender shoulder to shoulder slows the Newington attacker down. Gianfrido right there, pops back up.
Folks, Tom McCarter with last season's most popular new innovation to the broadcast, and he is already in mid-season form with the replays.
It needs some tweaking. You're going to see some frames of black in and out of those, but we'll figure it out for when the season starts.
And nicely done on camera there by Sophie Gustafson, helping us out as part of the broadcast crew today. Able to follow the action and got us a good shot of that for the replay. It is a group effort here on these broadcasts.
And we'll do a better job with names during the season when they're wearing numbers on the back of their jerseys.
Yeah, with the glare, no numbers, and actually with me forgetting to put on my glasses, it's a little challenging out here. But we've got, what do we got here?
It's going to be a goal kick for Wethersfield.
All right, goal kick Wethersfield. Gianfrido will take it.
They played the first one short, did it again to Grace Milo.
So the Eagles look to play out of the back. Eagles in pink, going right to left. Newington in the gold, going left to right here on our first game of the Jamboree. And we wanted to take a moment as we get started with a new season to give some thanks to a few folks who have been key parts of the Wethersfield High School soccer program and, more importantly, our ability in the broadcast booth to be able to bring these live streams to you. Some folks who are no longer with the program but left a great impact and legacy. Mr. Mike Maltese has stepped aside as athletic director here at WHS. He was instrumental in our ramping up this project back in the 2020 season as the ball goes in toward the 18, but nice defensive effort there from Newington to turn away the Eagles on that one. Ball on the far side with Burnell giving chase for Wethersfield. Going to get a throw deep in that, on that far sideline. Quickly in for the Eagles. Ball popped up inside the 18, battle for it. Good defensive wall there by Newington. High ball toward the top of the goal. Wow, nice contact there. A lot of contact inside the 18. Good effort. Still in for the Eagles. Toward the net it goes, but it's going to get away from Wethersfield. Maintaining possession of the Eagles. Nice takeaway there by Newington. Toward the near side we come. And good battle ball goes over the side.
One of the early observations from Matt Cameron's lineup, 2 players that we've really enjoyed watching over the past couple years, Eliana Sapala and Bella DeStefani, are more in the offensive half. And along with Yanissi and Burnell, this could be a really explosive offense this season.
And that does lead to one of the potential questions for Coach Cameron as he comes in. The back line, as there's an opportunity for Newington to move toward the goal. Gianfrido again with a brilliant save as she comes off the line. She looks like she may have taken a shot. She's slow to get up, and we may have our first injury timeout here in this one.
Yeah, it looks like she's holding her left hip there. That's probably where the contact came. Let's take another look at that play. Newington streaking down the middle of the field, gets a step on the last Wethersfield defender. A little bit of a long touch there. And Gianfrido does come out, contact there. She's still down on the field.
So trainer comes out. Also, new assistant coach for Wethersfield, Devin Wan, takes a stroll out. Wan, a tremendous goalkeeper during his playing days, both at Maloney and then at Southern Connecticut State. Recent graduate there, is now helping out as an assistant coach here with the Wethersfield program. So we'll hope that Gianfrido is able to get back in the action. We're just about 9.5 minutes into this first game. No score here. Wethersfield in pink, Newington in gold. While we look for Gianfrido to be attended to, looks like the Wethersfield will bring another keeper into the mix, and that may be, so I'm going to go on a limb here based on our early efforts to try to identify who was where today. I think that may be Alani Trujillo, a freshman who would come in as the keeper in place of Gianfrido if she's not able to continue. But let's while we're, and if she's up, she's going to get a nice hand from this Wethersfield crowd, as she's going to have to be helped off the field as Gianfrido. So you obviously anytime hate to see that, but especially first few minutes of preseason action here. So Gianfrido not able to put much weight on that left leg as she comes off. We'll get a confirmation on the backup keeper here for Wethersfield, who will come in place of Gianfrido, who was off to a great start. 2 fantastic plays, including the one that led to the contact that has her hobbling off the field.
Yeah, it's the last thing you want to see on during this event or in the season. But, you know, with opening day of the regular season only days away, you know, you hope that it's just a bit of a stinger and she can come back later today. And, you know, as far as Wethersfield goes, back line pretty inexperienced, pretty young. And Gianfrido played all last year, so, you know, it's not an area that Wethersfield has a ton of experience.
All right, so back into action. Again, the clock continues to run just based on the schedule for the Jamboree, as each team has 3 games today. So we are at 18:35 to go in this one, no score. We'll try to get updates as best we can throughout the day on Giada Gianfrido, who, again, off to a great start, the beginning of her sophomore season in goal for the Eagles. Whistle blows, that ball will go Wethersfield way on a free kick right about at the midline, out in front of the press box. We're going to go a few yards up even. 5 yards into the offensive half for Wethersfield. Free kick coming. Eagles lined up about the 20-yard marker on the football field. Ball bounces, header forward. Looks like that was Yancey in the middle of the action there. Turned away by Newington. We go far side. Wethersfield looks to keep possession. Newington going to come out of there with it. Newington's counterattack up front seems to be what they're after. Is another potential breakaway opportunity. We got one going toward the goal, but out toward the right. And forced out to a tough angle on that shot was the attacker for Newington. We'll see if we can get a look at it.
Yeah, good speed from the Newington striker here. Able to create a little space. That touch right here got a little away. Tough angle. And if it is Trujillo coming out and cutting, that ball stayed out of the net. Wethersfield goalies tested early so far.
Yeah, it's been just the counterattack up front. Newington with some speed up top has been able to move the ball forward, stay onside, and have a few opportunities. 3 saves unofficially, Tom's favorite term, as we like to keep the unofficial stats here in the press box, but we're going to credit Wethersfield with 3 saves already in this one, as Newington has been the aggressor up front.
I think if there are no official stats, then we can be official.
Well, all right, we will say it. Oh, collision there as down goes to Stephanie. She's a little slow to get up after that one.
New season, but some things never change. I think we've seen her hit the deck 3 or 4 times already today. She gives it her all.
And it's always a battle between these 2 teams, these 2 schools separated by about 5 miles geographically, but all these players typically know each other, have played against each other coming up. Many play together on premier programs. These 2 teams last saw each other on the field at the end of last year, a 1-1 tie that helped Wethersfield claim its 4th consecutive CCC North Division title. You know, as the season goes along, we'll have to get ourselves acclimated to the new structure of the CCC, which has moved from 4 divisions to 3. So some realignment within the conference that we'll talk about as the early season gets underway. But I have not done my homework on that one today, Tom.
I gave a little generic roster breakdown earlier, but for Wethersfield girls, 3 seniors, 8 juniors, 6 sophomores, 5 freshmen.
All right.
It's pretty balanced. And, you know, that bodes well for the future, too. They've got some really important seniors on the team. They get a lot of playing time, but they're going to return nearly all their starters next year as well.
There is one going toward the goal. We'll give it that officially first shot on goal for the Eagles. So there's a save for
that one's official.
The Newington. Well, we're going. You said there's no official score with us, so we're going to go and keep that official. So shots on goal 3-1 in favor of Newington, but nothing in the back of the net yet as we're halfway through this first exhibition game of the Jamboree. 15:09 on the clock and counting. You talked about the Wethersfield roster. One of the benefits of what Coach Matt Cameron inherits is the top 3 scorers down from last season all return. Burnell was the leader overall in points, had 6 goals, 9 assists. Addison Yancey was the top goal scorer. She notched 8 last year. And Kayla Bonfiglio came on as the season progressed. She was the 3rd leading scorer with 4 goals last year. So those top 3 back should lead to some offensive punch for the Eagles during the season.
Yeah, and throw Sapala and DeStefani taking more offensive roles. It's going to be a lot of fun because last year Yancey and Burnell worked so well together, and Yancey was the surprise of the early season for us, scoring all of those goals. And like you said, Bonfiglio came on, scored at least 1 big goal in the conference tournament that we saw. But yeah, the Wethersfield is going to be really fun to watch this year.
Defensively now, the Eagles trying to get the ball out of harm's way. It was a nice step just a second ago, I believe, by Gwen Grismilo. And that's over the top, and that's going to be a goal at the 13:53 mark for Newington. So just over the outstretched arms of the Wethersfield keeper puts Newington up now 1-0.
This one again. The ball's kind of bouncing around, played it to the open space there, and then back to the middle, and a little outside of the foot pop over the Wethersfield goalie's head, and enough for a 1-0. We'll see if we can get you the name of the Newington goal scorer there.
And we're going to have a round of substitutions for the Nor'easters as they've gotten a different set of players into the game. Again, we will be not quite at midseason or even early season form in terms of identifying scorers and key players in the action, as we do not have numbers on the backs of jerseys today.
It's always a goal of ours to set expectations really low at the beginning of the season, so there's only one direction
so far
to go.
we're succeeding. I'm quite sure of that. 1-0 Newington on top. Nor'easters are in the goal. They're going left to right. Wethersfield trying to find the equalizer here in this final 12:40 of this first game of the Jamboree. Eagles are in pink. They are going right to left as you watch along with us here today. We started to talk earlier about some of the folks who we wanted to make sure we thanked for their help with, especially these broadcasts. And Mike Maltese was one time that I started to talk about. He was really instrumental back during that 2020 season when we first got started in terms of getting us access to places and allowing us to bring the action to the parents and fans of these Wethersfield teams in a way that we just know people would not have been able to follow along had we not gotten that help from Mike with the other ADs he worked with.
Yeah, and both of our kids being on that team, we didn't want to miss any of those games. We didn't miss any games in their youth careers, and we certainly didn't want to miss the high school games. And during COVID, when some of the schools had policies where no visiting fans were allowed to come, you and I kind of snuck our way in by saying, hey, we're going to be the live streamers so that the people who can't be there. And Mike was great at helping us do that. He's always been great at everything Wethersfield, helping us get set up with some good internet and everything here. So, we'll certainly miss him and hope to see him around the press box, and maybe we'll get him in the booth for a mid-game interview if he comes by one of these days.
Yeah, so former WHS AD Mike Maltese, thank you very much. As Newington again gets in toward the 18. Nice save there. Nicely done to keep Newington at just 1 goal. We're going to take a second look at this one.
Has had the better of the offensive chances here. A little contact, ball goes down the right side, and then served into the box, goes through the hands of the Wethersfield keeper.
The attack again as we join the live action. Turned away by Wethersfield there. Eagles need to get to the ball here. Is Sapala now coming up the field.
Burnell draws a lot of attention. She's not catching anybody by surprise. She's been one of the featured offensive players on this Wethersfield team for the last 3 years.
Going down the far side, looking for Yancey over there. There's a nice save by the Newington keeper. Well, actually, not an official save, but we will say it's a nice play to get to the ball quickly to keep Wethersfield from getting a shot. 10:25 to go here. First game of the Jamboree. Wethersfield trying to find the equalizer against Newington. If they can knot it up, that would match the score, 1-1 tie. Last time these two teams played, regular season into the season last year, right here at Catone. There's a high ball played toward the goal, but it's going to go over the end line, so it'll be a goal kick for Newington here. As Gianfrido continues to get attention here on the bench. Again, early in the game on the, we'll call the second save opportunity that Gianfrido came out and made. There was some contact. She went down and had to go out of the game at that point. It looks like we've got a Newington player going out of the game on the far side. Not sure exactly what happened there. Looks like she's going to take a seat. So an injury on the Newington side leads to a sub. So rough start to this one in terms of a couple of players banged up and having to leave the field. And looks like Gianfrido in front of us here on the Wethersfield bench is going to take a ride in the trainer's cart. So hopefully she'll be back for regular season, but may not see much of any additional action here today.
Yeah, looks like she's on the golf cart and maybe going to be taken away to be
ball played back to the keepers. Newington attacks again. Wethersfield trying to get the ball out of harm's way. Here come the Eagles now, near side toward the midline. Nice touch by DeStefani, looking for Sapala making the run. Good attempt at the give and go there. Ball knocked out. Looks like it'll stay Wethersfield possession for a throw here on the sideline. Oh, we got a free kick right at the midline as there was a foul in the backfield. 1-0. Newington lead here. Wethersfield. Left-footed ball from the midline. High, top of the 18. It bounces. Brunell is going to get to it. Defended. It's popped out of there by Newington. Still in bounds and cleared over the sideline. Looks like we should have a throw for Newington here as we are at 8:15 remaining in this 30-minute exhibition game. Wethersfield girls will have 2 more on the day. The girls' action here on Catone is game 1, 3, and 5 of today. And interspersed with that, games 2, 4, and 6 here on Catone will feature the Wethersfield boys.
Yeah, I want to be careful not to mix up any names on the roster, but I've been impressed with the left outside back of Wethersfield, and I think that might be Adriana Ficaselli. She's been taking all the free kicks right in front of us, played a nice physical game, and Coach Cameron has enough confidence in her to push Eliana Sapala up into a more offensive role.
And you mentioned, and we talked about earlier, there's a clear by the Newington keeper's ball got into the 18, but Wethersfield not able to generate a shot off of it. You mentioned Coach Cameron there. We talked about him first season now as there's a high ball going. That's going to one hop to the keeper and almost high enough, but saved there. So we're going to give that, I think our count is now 3-2. See, that's why I always like to say unofficial time because sometimes I forget what I said before. But Wethersfield gets another shot on goal, but a one-hopper easy to handle there by the Newington keeper. Here come the Nor'easters the other way. Speed on the outside. They're going to get a nice through ball here. The shot, and it's going to go wide right, so no save needed there for Wethersfield. But again, good from Newington as they went down. We're going to get a look at this nice through ball out to the right side.
Yeah, Newington, good speed on their offensive half, and this was a pretty good shooting angle here. She had some space, but just didn't get all of it pushed right post.
Matt Cameron takes over a Wethersfield girls program that was led for the last several seasons by Tony Leone. And again, we talked about with former AD Mike Maltese. Tony also instrumental in helping us, giving us insights, helping us get information that made the broadcast better over these last few seasons. And let's review as Newington comes across the midline again on the attack. Good through ball now down the middle of the field. And there is another pickup by the Wethersfield keeper. So both keepers who've been in for Wethersfield have done a nice job coming off the line, coming right up to the top of the 18 to get their hands on the ball.
There have been some passing lanes open defensively against Wethersfield. Newington's been finding them and using their speed to create some of these chances. They've been the more dangerous team offensively today.
And just a second ago, we saw the two captains try to connect. Burnell drilled a pass at DeStefani as they were in close quarters. That ball got away from Wethersfield. Eagles trying to recapture possession. They do right inside the midline. Quick touch and go soccer now down the side. Into the middle of the action, left-footed cross going toward the top of the arc. Can Yancey get to it? Shielded, looks like she's able to turn.
Wow.
Nice move there to keep the ball. Goes toward the net.
Oh.
That's going to be another save, but that's probably the best shot opportunity Wethersfield has had today.
Yeah, and the way that Yancey right here is able to cut back and create that shot, get a little shot on the left foot. It just kind of died and didn't the keeper, but what a great move, freeing up her ability to get that shot off.
Going to go back for a second and talk about this Wethersfield girls program. Last 4 seasons, and this is, again, our thanks to Coach Leone for what he did here. But last 4 seasons, 47 wins, which is the best 4-year stretch since 1992 to 95 for this Wethersfield girls program. 4 straight CCC North Division titles, 3 straight trips to the conference tournament semifinals, 2 times getting all the way to the championship game, and 5 playoff wins in the CIAC Class L tournament. So an impressive 4-year run that comes to an end last year, and now the Matt Cameron era begins here for Wethersfield.
Yeah, and Tony, similar to what we said about Mike Maltesi, very helpful for our broadcast. We text him on the morning of games, ask him what the starting lineup was, anything like that, just to help us get prepared and help us sound as educated as we possibly can be.
Which is tough work.
Yeah, it is tough work. And I'll say the same thing about Matt Cameron, too. He's been very helpful getting us to know the team a little bit. And, we look forward to streaming. I think it's 8 girls games and 8 boys games this year.
Yeah, we'll talk about that a little bit more as our day goes on. But we are going to do our goal is the one going toward the net. Again, nice save there. Wethersfield starting to pick up the pace offensively as we move to 3:27. Trying to find the equalizer. We'll take a second look at this one.
Yeah, that ball served in, bounces around a little bit, and DeStefani just kind of pokes the outside of her left foot on it. The Eagles, they've got 3 minutes to equalize this score.
Newington on top, 1-0. First game for each team in this Jamboree. 2 more after this one for each of these teams. Wethersfield's games all here at Catone. Newington will now move after this one to play their final 2 games over on DeChico. Great part of the Jamboree. 2 fields going at all times. Total of 8 teams, 4 on the girls' side, 4 on the boys' side. Full set of officials here today who come out and spend their day to make sure the games flow well. High ball now as Wethersfield trying to make something happen. We're at 2:30 to go. Newington on top, 1-0. Good chase on the far side. It's going to go over the sidelines. So we got a quick throw coming for the Eagles as they try to turn the ball the other way. 2:19 and counting here in this exhibition game. Newington with a goal at about the 13:53 mark. As that ball is, oh man, almost goes wide left. Great shot from the far side. We'll see if we can take a second look.
Sapala is able to keep that in.
There's another great diving save from the Newington keeper. Here come the Nor'easters on the counterattack. Good play. I believe that's Gwen Grismilo battling for Wethersfield all the way up. Down goes the Newington player. Flags up on the far side. Looks like a free kick will go Newington's way at 1:45 and counting.
I believe that might have been Grace Grismilo who made that run upfield.
All right, that's going to be the challenge of the day as we try to identify players without the benefit of having the numbers. So our apologies in advance for anything we do not get correct. Quick look now.
That Burnell shot from a bad angle. I'm not sure if she knew that she had the Wethersfield player at the top of the box, but, man, that was almost headed for the lower left corner.
Right after that, we had a nice diving save opportunity. Wethersfield has definitely gotten more into a groove offensively. He's put some pressure on Newington toward the tail end in the second portion of this shortened game. Burnell 1-on-2 down the near side here outside the 18.
Under a minute to go.
We are under a minute to go.
Oh, Sapala serves that in the box.
Down go 2 players, top of the, inside the 18, but no call. Off the touch, and let's see, Wethersfield's able to put it in the back of the net. Off the rebound, great initial save by Newington, and then we've got a goal for Wethersfield to tie it at 1.
Yeah, running clock, 30 seconds to go. What a late goal here. And Bonfiglio, I believe it is, gets her initial foot on it, gets her own rebound, And great job by Wethersfield to tie the game up in the final seconds of the game.
All right. That will do it, I'm guessing here. So we've got 10 seconds to go. The clock continues to run. Newington going to play it in, though, see if they get one more movement going toward the goal. But that should be the horn at 1-0. So that's our final. First game, an exciting one. 1-1 as Newington and Wethersfield end with the same score they had in that regular season matchup at the end of last year.
Yeah, and we got a quick update from the sideline there. That was Caleb Bonfiglio on the goal, and the assist was from Adriana Ficaselli, who had a pretty impressive debut for us.
All right, so Wethersfield's first goal of this Jamboree comes from Caleb Bonfiglio. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes with our first look at the Wethersfield boys as they get underway here in the Jamboree. That'll be in about 5 minutes from now. We'll take a quick break on the audio. Score for the first game, Wethersfield girls 1, Newington girls 1. Newington's goal scored by Brooklyn Crawford. Wethersfield's goal by Kayla Bonfiglio. Next games here on Catone, boys soccer, Simsbury versus Wethersfield, and on DeChico, Kingswood Oxford versus Tolland. All right, we got one game under our belts, and now it's our first look at the Wethersfield boys. They're also, like the girls, in pink today. They're going to go from right to left here in this one. They are taking on in their first Jamboree game, Simsbury. Simsbury in the yellow. Going to go left to right here. And it's our first look, Tom, at the Wethersfield boys team. Unlike the girls, a lot of consistency on the sideline here. Rob Yakum in, now I'm going to forget my number. I believe it's season 26 now for Coach Yakum. 310 victories. I'm looking over here at our soon-to-be guest in this game, Vice President of the Soccer Boosters, Darren Hobbs. I know he had some of those stats for the pizza party last night. And we are underway as we get the clock started here. We got a 30-minute running clock for these exhibition games. Wethersfield against Simsbury.
And looking out at the lineup for Wethersfield, this looks like about what you'd expect the starting lineup to be for Wethersfield. I don't know much about Simsbury. I do know one player on Simsbury, and I'm not sure this is Simsbury's starting lineup. So we'll see how they manage it, how they manage the rosters today.
So our summary of that is we're not really sure of much of anything, but we know there's 30 seconds gone in this one, 29:30 to go. First action here for these two boys teams in the Jamboree. Over on DeChico right now, the other two boys teams in action, Kingswood Oxford taking on Tolland. Tolland will battle Wethersfield in the final game of the day here on Catone. That should be a good matchup as Tolland comes off their championship season in Class M. Wethersfield made it to the quarterfinals, losing to the eventual Class L champion last year. Eagles making a run. Through ball played, but that's going to be scooped up by the Simsbury keeper, so nothing doing for Wethersfield there.
And we talked about the roster construction of the girls' game in the last matchup we saw. The Wethersfield boys completely different. 16 seniors, 3 juniors, and 4 sophomores on the roster.
Say that one more time, Tom. How many seniors?
16 seniors on this squad.
16 seniors.
The last time Coach Yakum had this many seniors, 2021, they won a state championship.
And that was 20 seniors on that one. A little contact there. It's going to draw a whistle, and that's going to go Newington way. So this will be a good early chance for, I'm sorry, it's Newington. I'm still doing the girls' game from before. Simsbury in yellow here. Trojans going to have a good chance with a free kick. Looks like it's right about the 17-yard line on the football marking. So about 27 yards out on that right hash. Let's see if Wethersfield builds a wall.
Looks like a picket fence right about now.
Yeah, a lot of holes in that wall initially, but now they're getting it started. Joey McKenna, one of those seniors in net, directing traffic for the Eagles. We got a free kick coming here for Simsbury. Here it is. Gets past the wall. One hops, and look at the save from McKenna. Joey McKenna gets into the action early, keeps Simsbury off the board, so we stay scoreless, 27:40 to go here in this first exhibition outing of the Jamboree for the Wethersfield boys.
We'll get you a replay of that save once we get a little stoppage in the action.
Oh, Ramo Amatovic tried to split 2 players, loses the ball. Simsbury takes over. It's going to be another shot going toward the goal. And another save, this time a leaping effort from McKenna. So action already. The first one.
Yeah, the first save here, free kick. Simsbury lines it up. I don't think McKenna really got a good look at this until late. He kind of, late moving there, was able to block it and the ball before the Simsbury attacker got his foot on McKenna.
So an action-packed first 3 minutes of this one, 26:57 to go here in this 30-minute running clock exhibition soccer to get the season started. Regular season, as we mentioned, gets underway next week.
And we talk about the Wethersfield lineup. One player that we expect to see opening day of the regular season, John Fraga. He's been hurt with a shoulder injury in the preseason. We will not see him today.
All right, and as we get into the action here, we are going to, in just a minute, bring in Vice President of the Wethersfield High School Soccer Boosters, Darren Hobbs. If you were with us earlier, you heard him doing a masterful job as Master of Ceremonies for the opening ceremonies for this Jamboree. And we have a score update, Tom, on the girls' side from the first game over on DeChico. It was a 1-0 Massac win over Maloney. So first girls' game on DeChico goes 1-0 to Massac over Maloney.
And if you were with us for the Wethersfield-Newington girl game, Kayla Bonfiglio with a goal in the final minute to tie it up at 1. Great cross into the box from Adriana Ficaselli, I believe it was. And Bonfiglio got her foot on it, got the rebound, and put it in.
Chance now brewing for the Wethersfield boys. Left-footed one toward the goal. It's in the back corner. What a rip. And Wethersfield is on top 1-0 at the 25-30 mark.
One of the benefits of being a primary left-footed player on the right side is just that. You can cut in and shoot as opposed to working your way down the sideline and favoring a cross. Damian Sardo here gets the ball over the top, settles it, cuts it to his strong left foot, and rips that ball inside the left post. What a goal. Way to start the season, or the Jamboree for the Eagles.
Field on top of Simsbury, 1-0, 5 minutes gone, 25 left to play. Ball goes over the sideline. Wethersfield going to take possession. High ball played. It's going to bounce well wide of the goal. Simsbury keeper will keep it inbound. Going to pull it back into the box, so we'll play out of the back for Simsbury as they look to come the other way. A lot of action first 3 minutes on the other end of the field as Simsbury put the pressure on. McKenna had to make 2 great saves to keep them out of the net. And then Wethersfield able to come down. Nice strike just a moment ago as we took a look at as the Eagles take the 1-0 lead. And Tom, we've teased it, so I think we should get it set up so we can get our guest in the booth here for some updates on the season and how things are shaping up from a booster perspective for this 2025 season as Wethersfield looks to play out of the back off the foot of Ramo Amatovic, one of the, we mentioned in the first game, one of the 25 players to watch. Here's Ali Hodzik now down the left side. Got a chance. It goes right at the keeper. Good positioning there from the Simsbury keeper to keep Ali Hodzik.
Ali Hodzik had a monster season last year. Through ball from, I think it's Nahato there, and Tariq has a great ability to sneak behind the defense and would maybe get 1 or 2 scoring chances a game, but he'd always bury the chances. So when he gets a chance like that, it usually finds its way in the back of the net.
Oh, we got another one brewing. Ali Hodzik has it. It's in the back of the net, and Wethersfield now is up 2-0 early. Not even 7 minutes into this one, and the Eagles take a 2-0 lead.
Look at how this play developed. Another ball behind the Simsbury D. Looks like Simsbury tries to play back to the goalie, but Ali Hodzik's right there, reads it, steals the ball, puts it in the back of the net.
So well done on the replay, and again, we are grateful for our camera operator today, Sophie Gustafson, doing nice work following the action as the Eagles look to let that one go over the sideline. Iannucci with a nice shield, and it's going to go, will go over the sideline, so it'll be a throw for Wethersfield, but deep in the defensive half of the field. Eagles on top, 2-0. You have to think, Tom, a little bit that offense maybe not as much of a question for Coach Yakim as he headed into the season compared to what's happening along the back line around Amatovic.
Yeah, the front 6 or so players that you see in the starting lineup for Wethersfield, and then add John Fraga to that, got a lot of playing time last year. The defense is a little bit more inexperienced. You see Ramo Amatovic back there. Luca Iannucci, who did assist on the first goal to Damian Sardo. We look back at that. he got some playing time, but the others in the back line are brand new to varsity and really didn't get any minutes. So Wethersfield, similar to the girls, where a lot of experience up front, a little bit more inexperience in the back, and relatively new goalkeepers. We've seen McKenna around for a couple of years, and he spelled Nate Morris a little bit last year. But yeah, some inexperience in the back for Wethersfield.
McKenna, one of 3 captains on this team, along with John Fraga and Ramo Amatovic, as the Eagles take a throw on the far side. And we are just about 9 minutes in, 21:15 to go here. It's the first game of the day for the Wethersfield boys here on Catone. The girls, with a goal in the final minute, able to salvage a 1-1 draw against Newington in their first game, which took place right before this one. We alternate girls, boys. Each team will play 3 games today. 8 teams total here in the Jamboree. It is a fantastic event, and help us talk a little bit about this event and also the season in general. We've got action now for Wethersfield. Ball rattles around. Eagles try to take possession on the near side, cleared by Newington, but there's a ball played ahead. Headed by Newington in that corner of the 18. Newington, I keep doing that. It's the yellow jerseys. Simsbury in this one. Apologies, folks, as we, again, are in preseason form, not even early season form. Just about 10 minutes in, Simsbury trailing Wethersfield 2-0. But let's bring in now Tom, Vice President of the WHS Soccer Boosters, Darren Hobbs. And Darren, welcome to the broadcast booth. We appreciate you joining us for a few minutes here during this one. And nice job earlier with the opening ceremonies. And why don't we start with, we have you as the Vice President. Why don't you just run through the other officers in the Booster Club who make a lot of things happen during the season?
Thanks, Dave. And yeah, good morning, everybody listening. Darren Hobbs is the Vice President of the Boosters, standing in for Stephanie McKenna, who's our president. Stephanie, unfortunately, is working through some health challenges, so we've pitch hit here to try and get through the day. But Stephanie did an incredible job in the background with all the brains and the engine, as I said earlier, behind the event today and the season overall. Stephanie leads us as a group here. You know, we took over on the board from Paula Perrier, who was our previous president, and I like to say
who is joining us here in the booth to get a listen on this.
Absolutely, and I like to say that we're always standing on the shoulders of giants with these programs. We don't create these things from the ground up. All the good work that was done before is the foundation for whatever comes next. So it's really great stuff, and like any program that has volunteers, we're just so blessed to have as many volunteers as we do. Also on the board is, in addition to myself and Stephanie, we have Dan Bilowick and Colleen Krusowicz and Emily Provost, who support us in various roles on the board and are all here today to help on the ground with all the activities we have going on.
And that's certainly, as you said, you stand with people who've done this before and over the years, but just walk us through a little bit of the club as a little bit of a chance there. Oh, not quite all of that one for Simsbury as they go toward the goal, but Darren, talk to us a little bit about the overall mission of the Boosters and what you try to do for these two teams, both on the girls and boys sides.
So, Dave, I'd like to say that we really take over where the coaches in the school leave off. So the coaches in the school do a phenomenal job on the field. What we try to do is step in and support the boys and girls programs off the field to make sure that they have all the other parts and pieces through their season that makes it a fun, enjoyable, and safe experience.
Well, that is most excellent, and that really is the key: enjoyable, safe, fun. So I know you have quite a few things already in the works and already underway for the season. Let's maybe give you a chance to highlight some of the key initiatives that the Boosters have. I know you got started last night with a pizza party celebration for both teams and the families.
Yeah, so the work starts out lightly back in January. We start to form our ideas for the season, for the year ahead. We start to really gain traction as we go into the summer, and then the heavy work continues through the summer and into the fall. The big event that we started with last night is the pizza party.
And so we'll interrupt you quickly. Goal number 3 there for Wethersfield as Amatovic got the ball across the far side, and the Eagles go up now 3-0 over Simsbury. We'll take a quick look at this one. On the replay, good ball played over by Amatovic, gets to the far side. Tom, you may have to help me identify the goal scorer there.
Yeah, it looks like Damian Sardo again, I believe, on that right side, cuts back to his strong left foot and gets it in the back of the net.
All right, so we'll reset. 17 minutes to go, 13 minutes of action already under our belts here, and the Eagles are on top of this, and they've jumped all over Simsbury 3-0. Wethersfield again in pink, going right to left. Simsbury in yellow, going left to right here as you watch along with us. So, Darren, we'll let you continue with some of the other things that the boosters are working on through the season.
Thanks. Yeah, so we wrapped up the pizza party last night. That was a great event to get everybody together in one space, introduce the coaches to the players, get the parents to get to know each other a little better. Great food, great social experience, but also we did a little bit of fundraising there with our apparel sales and encouraging people to buy our raffle tickets for the season, which we'll talk a little bit more about. Next, we start to turn our attention to the regular season. So now we're starting to gear up, ready to support at the field, support the concessions operation that we like to run here for games for the boys and girls side, looking for volunteers for that all the time. We're also looking ahead to the senior nights that the players have. The senior nights are coming up later in the season. All of our booster volunteers are going to help out with the organization of those. And then we start to look forward to the end of season banquet, which is a big event at the end of the season. A lot of our fundraising is done in support of that. And then we look to wrap up the season, and when we come out the other side, we get ready to begin again.
That is quite a list of things you have already planned or already underway, and I would assume that you're never not in need of additional volunteers. So anybody who may be listening who wants to get involved with the program, there are plenty of spots to do that, I would assume.
Yeah, always, especially for the concession nights at the games. That's one area where we struggle, I think, to pick up the volunteers that we need on a consistent basis. But we have some great volunteers already, but it's always the same people that are volunteering, so we don't want to put too much pressure on those people. We want them to be able to manage their time across the season, especially if they have people in the program that they're trying to watch play as well.
Yeah, and that's really a great point there. It's a great opportunity for parents if you have a child who's in the youth soccer program, the George C. Ritchie Club, or if you have a player, freshman JV, during those varsity games. That's a great opportunity for you to lend a hand and help during concessions so that the parents of the players of the varsity can get a chance to watch their kids play, as everybody likes to do. All right, so Darren, as you think then about the season and the girls team, the boys team, let's hear what your predictions are for success for these two clubs as we move forward.
Well, I'm very excited about the girls program this year. I've seen Matt Cameron in action coaching his other teams, and as you may have mentioned already today, if you haven't yet, the team that Matt coached is a women's sporting team that just won a national championship. So, and I've watched some of his games and the style of play that he uses, and I think it's really exciting. I think it's going to be a different challenge for the girls this season, a much more fluid style of play. But I think it's going to confuse the opposition teams and reap some real good rewards for the team this season.
All right, and as we look at the boys here, a little action moving toward the goal. Alihadzik had it, made a cross. He goes down, and we're going to get a whistle. That'll be, looks like a free kick coming right outside the penalty area. So it'll be a free kick for Wethersfield. We'll call it 19 yards out. Or is he going in for a PK? No, he is. All right, we've got a PK coming, so that was inside the box. We missed that from our vantage point. We're going to blame the sun glare for that. And we will have, it looks like, is that Sardo stepping up to take it, Tom? He's maybe trying to round out the hat trick here. So, Darren, join us on the call for this one. What do you see from Sardo here?
Composure. He took a short run up. He knew exactly where he was going to put it. He didn't waver. He picked his spot, and he nailed it. Great work. Not easy to do that.
And we'll take a second look here on the replay. As you said, composure, nice, calm, collected, and beautiful placement there as Wethersfield puts a fourth goal on the board here in this one, and a host of substitutions coming into the match.
And that was a well-placed ball with some power behind it from Sardo. But in my adult league games with you, Darren, I've never seen anybody shoot the ball harder than you.
Well, thanks, Tom. I never skip leg day at the gym.
All right. Well, that sounds like the perfect play to end this, unless you want to give any predictions on success for the boys team as we go forward.
I think the boys team have a really good opportunity this season. I think with Coach Rob coming into his 26th season, as you mentioned earlier, he brings a wealth of experience. They have a good strength now with the number of seniors they have on the team. If they can gel as a team and really perform, which they appear to be already in this Jamboree, then I think they have a great chance of going far this season.
All right. We mentioned earlier, and let's first off wrap up and thank you for your time, Darren, because as you talked about, plenty going on with the boosters. We're sure you have plenty of. You've probably got 5 other places you're supposed to be right now to coordinate this Jamboree Day. Thank you. And there is Simsbury with a goal as we cannot catch a break in the action. We're going to take a second look at this one as Simsbury gets on the scoreboard.
After the last goal, substituted pretty much the majority of their lineups, and this is more of Simsbury's starting squad that you're going to see during the regular season, and Wethersfield's. See how the next 11 minutes go.
All right, so they have done away with the shutout, but Wethersfield on top, 4-1, 11-17 to go. Again, we will thank Vice President of the Wethersfield Soccer Boosters, Darren Hobbs, for joining us here for a little bit of extra information and just a great event today. And thank you, Darren, to you and all the volunteers who put this together every year. It's such a great start to the season, such a great event, and such an important cause. So we really appreciate all that you and the volunteers do. And we think Stephanie might be watching with us. So thank you, Stephanie, for all your work on this as well.
Excellent. Thank you both. Really, you are the icing on the cake on the day, though, with the commentary. You guys are the best.
Thank you so much. All right, as we get our headsets flipped back around, and appreciate that work. We got some action again moving toward the Wethersfield net as Simsbury trying to add to their tally. It's a 4-1 Eagles lead. Wethersfield jumped out.
Saucy header off Jack Dorfler, free kick, 1-0 Tolland.
All right, so Tolland looking to continue their winning ways off of a championship season. The Class M champions in Connecticut last year were the Tolland Eagles. Congratulations to Coach Mike Kokomo and his squad. Wethersfield will meet up with the Tolland Eagles on the boys' side in the final game of the day here on Catone. Simsbury with a quick throw, trying to close the gap as Wethersfield jumped out early. Not even 5 minutes in, got the first goal. A couple minutes later, a second, and then just before the midway point of this 30-minute running clock game, the Eagles tallied their third, and then we saw the penalty kick just about 3 minutes ago to give Wethersfield a 4th goal of the day.
These two teams play in a little over a week, Monday, September 8th. You wonder if that's a little bit of gamesmanship with the coaches saying, hey, you know, let's not put our A's versus A's and B's versus B's until the regular season kicks off.
And that one will be the first regular season meeting between these two teams since 2021. So nice to see that rivalry renewed as we go under 9 minutes here. Flag is up on the near side, far side offside. And that'll be a free kick in the backfield for Wethersfield. Eagles in pink. So both the Wethersfield teams today will be in the pink jerseys as you watch along with us. Upcoming schedule here for the action. The next game here on Catone will be right about 11:40 on the start when the Wethersfield girls are back in action to take on Maloney.
Oh, wow. Good rip, left-footed rip there from the Wethersfield
shot.
player.
It's a cross. Would have been a nice opportunity if Wethersfield could have closed in, and maybe that's a ball that maybe Ramo Amatovic gets to and into the net.
Yeah, good battle here, and then a tough angle, but sends one to the far post. If someone's there, a little header backdoor goal. Nice play from Wethersfield.
After this one, the boys have a bit of a break. They're back in action here on Catone Field right about 12:15 kickoff against Kingswood Oxford. Each team plays 3 short games today. Good warm-up, and it is just an absolutely gorgeous day. We do not have our meteorologist with us at the moment to give us temperature, but nice sunny day. Conditions, nice left-footed ball, and that was
C.J. Smith on the service.
nice service there. Almost got through, headed nicely by the center back for Simsbury. So we wind down the clock, but we still got 7:25. Feels like this one has had a ton of action, which is no surprise with a total of 5 goals on the board. Nice play there in the middle of the field to win the ball for Wethersfield. Good step from Simsbury.
And that was Omar Turgut.
Into the backfield. Eagles trying to play it. And Simsbury now going to have a chance coming down the near side. well outside the 18. Good one-on-one defense. Looks like that's Jason Salgado out there. Good ball handling there. Low ball played toward the net. It's rolling. Finally cleared by Wethersfield. Not sure everybody knew quite where the ball was. Here is one going to be crossed. Top of the 18. Cleared by the Eagles. Turned away. Wethersfield trying to take possession and go the other way, but good step from Simsbury now. Trojans going far side. Trying to move the ball. Good step. An interception from Wethersfield. 6:26 to go in this one. 4-1. Wethersfield on top. Simsbury trying to get another one. Cut the lead down to 2 goals. Nice slide there and good takeaway.
Ian Daigle on that right side.
Well done there. Slide tackle wins the ball back for Wethersfield, and into the offensive half we go. Quick touch and go. Able to keep possession, but there's a step from Simsbury. Back toward the midline we go, but Wethersfield able to maintain possession. Surrounded by yellow jerseys, but Wethersfield keeps it good through ball. Let's see. Looks like he's on. There's no flag up. Into the 18, left side. Pull back. Looking to the right foot. Goes high and over the attacker on the far post.
This Wethersfield second unit is battling Simsbury. They gave up a goal right away, kind of as they were getting used to it, getting their first action here. But they are going against a legitimate varsity starting squad in Simsbury, and they're really holding their own.
All right, so we are approaching the 5-minute mark. 5:20 to go here in our second game of the day. First game for the Wethersfield boys over on DeChico right now, Kingswood, Oxford, and Tolland.
And let's get you caught up on the scoring recap from this game. Wethersfield started out right away. A couple minutes in, Damian Sardo on a goal from Luca Iannucci over the top. 2-0 goal scored by Tariq Alihadzik. He capitalized on a little bit of a bad pass back to the Simsbury goalkeeper. Tariq always in the right spot at the right time. Buried that one. 3-0 goal, Damian Sardo from Ramo Amatovic on that right side. And then Tariq Alihadzik got fouled at the top of the box and gave the PK to Sardo. Sardo scored his third of the game, and that's what got us out to a 4-0 lead. And then Simsbury made it 4-1.
Here come the Eagles again down the left side. A shin guard goes flying.
That's how fast he's running.
I mean, that is something. Ball still alive outside the 18 near sideline. Good one-on-one battle. A lot of contact. Whistle blows. It's going to go the other way, so Simsbury will take over.
As an offensive player, that's the best place to commit a foul. You're 100 yards away from your own goal, and sometimes these kicks end up in the middle of the field and are turnovers that you can capitalize on.
Looking down at the Wethersfield bench, we see Coach Yakim, Tony Gomes, JV team got a nice win this past week. Looks like that might be Plainville coach Lechek Rona there joining Coach Yakim. He is the girls coach at Plainville and a longtime friend and mentor for Coach Yakim. I believe a member of the Connecticut Soccer Hall of Fame is Lechek Rona. Simsbury here going to have a free kick right about 40 yards out from the goal, right side. Arm is up, 2-player, and now 1-player wall. So, and there's no wall as the action goes across the top of the arc. One fence post, and Wethersfield able to clear the ball out of harm's way. 3:19 to go here in this game. Wethersfield looks to have it in hand with a 4-1 advantage at this point. Simsbury still putting the pressure on. This is, again, it's preseason, it's exhibition. It doesn't count toward any records. You're just trying to get a sense of combinations, trying to get a sense of what your teams are doing well already and what needs more work in the upcoming practices.
Yeah, I'd say the rosters are probably mostly finalized, maybe not fully finalized, but within those rosters, there's what is the starting lineup, what's the formation, who's going to be first off the bench, all of that. There's some positional battles that the coaches really want to see how things shake out. Each team has probably played 2 preseason games. This is maybe the 3rd time they've seen them against live competition. And then next week, the real deal starts.
Next week is the start of the season. 16 regular season games for each team. And again, from a live stream perspective, our goal is to bring you a girls game of the week and a boys game of the week. So we'll have half the schedule covered with live commentary. And then, of course, once we get to the postseason, whether that be conference tournaments or state playoffs, we hope to be anywhere and everywhere the Eagles are playing after the regular season.
And whereas last year you could count on us to do every home boys or girls game, not going to be quite the same this year. We're going to tackle a few road games here and there, try to be in the right spots at the right time, get some compelling matchups, even if it means being on the road. And hopefully those schools are able to provide us with a little room in the press box and some internet so we can bring you a solid broadcast.
Yeah, and Tom, like we talked about, one of those road games comes up at the end of the week, Friday, September 5th. We're going to be at Berlin for the girls' game at 6 p.m., and there's a ball going toward. That was a good opportunity. Nice little drop off toward the top of the 6 on that right corner, but the shot goes wide right as we approach the 1 minute mark. 1:15 to go here. First game for the Wethersfield boys is a good one. And this is, as we said, it's all exhibition, so record stats are not kept. But my memory, Tom, from last year, as we look at 4 on the board here for the Wethersfield boys, I'm not sure Wethersfield scored more than a goal in all 3 games last year during the Jamboree. So we'll see if that means anything at all as the season goes on.
And I'm not sure if you added up all the boys and girls games in last year's Jamboree, if that even eclipsed
I'm not
4.
sure Wethersfield total. Yeah, that's a good point. Got to 4 goals. So this is an offensive explosion here to start the season.
But we will say, as we've mentioned before, both rosters return a lot of offensive players. The inexperience usually comes on the back line, but both teams should be able to score, a couple of goals a game.
Yeah, and how about Damian Sardo with the hat trick here? Only had 1 goal all
this
of
could be a
last
chance
season.
for Wethersfield.
Here we go. 1-on-1 we come down the left side into the 18. Pull up. Good defensive effort there to stand him up, and nice play to clear the ball by Simsbury. Down go 2 players. Let's see which way that goes on the whistle. And looks like
no whistle.
No whistle. All right. We keep playing. And that's it. That is all for Game 2 on Catone. Game 1 for the Wethersfield boys is in the books. A 4-1 win for Wethersfield over Simsbury. We'll be back in about 5 minutes with our next girls game here on Catone, which is going to be the Wethersfield girls against Maloney. And we're back for game 2 for the Wethersfield girls in pink going right to left. Wethersfield scored in the final minute in their first game to salvage a 1-1 draw against Newington. So now the Eagles back in action here against the Maloney Spartans. Maloney and Green going left to right here in our third game of the day, second of 3 for the Wethersfield girls. Interspersed in there, we had the Wethersfield boys pulling off a 4-1 win over Simsbury in their opener here in the Jamboree. Gugliotti with a quick touch now, gives the ball back. Wethersfield in pink. Nice possession here. This is going to be, I think, a staple of the Matt Cameron play, is trying to maintain possession.
And the first game for Wethersfield against Newington, Caleb Bonfiglio scored a late goal to tie it at 1, but really the big news there, Giada Gianfrida left in the middle of the game with a collision with the Newington player, and she is not in net here, and I don't see her on the bench, so we hope that she recovers well, and maybe we'll see her later today, but we certainly hope she makes opening day of the regular season this week.
And speaking of opening day, first outing for the girls is on Tuesday, 3:45 start in South Windsor. Our first regular season broadcast on the live stream for the girls will be Friday night, the 5th, 6 o'clock start at Berlin, Sage Park, Scalise Field. We've managed to do a few games from there over the last couple of years, and they always treat us well, and we didn't start the clock. Doggone it. Knew something was going to happen here. How long do you think we've been underway, Tom?
I'd say a minute and a half.
All right, so I'm going to reset to 28:30, and we're going to go from there. Sorry about that. We got too many things happening here on the broadcast. All right, so we're going to say that we're a minute and a half in thanks to Tom's quick work. I knew that was going to happen to me at some point, juggling a few too many things here in the press box. But we got on the air with our live stream, so that was good.
Now, in the regular season, if the referees catch you shaving time off the clock, that's going to be a problem, especially if Wethersfield's winning.
Thankfully, we're going to bring in scorekeepers for the regular season. I only do this in games that don't really count toward anything official as far as standings.
Yeah, your multitasking skills are strong, but you're no Jimmy Clark.
No, they're not strong. I would not agree with that at all, Tom. As Wethersfield moves the ball now right to left. Eagles down the far side. Good play brewing here. Ball's going to roll in. Going to be scooped up. Nicely done there by the keeper for Maloney. Spartans coached by Darius and Daja Riddle. Maloney, of course, is a familiar school for Wethersfield soccer program. Coach Rob Yakum is an alum of Maloney, and his son Brady about to begin his senior season on the boys' side for the Spartans.
And I believe that's senior night for the boys' Eagles.
That is correct. And, of course, we will be there with that live stream. Again, we talked about it a little bit in the last game. Our live stream schedule this year, basically a game a week for both the boys and the girls. That'll get us to half of the regular season games for each team. And then we'll be there following both teams throughout the playoffs, whether that be conference tournament, hopefully, and then definitely each of these teams good enough to be in the Class L playoffs at the end of the year.
And we'll see how the season goes, but I think both teams return enough players, have enough skill to be able to make a run in the state tournament as well as the conference tournaments.
Girls roster, Tom, you broke it down during the first outing for the girls on Catone. Here's a nice clear over the side as Maloney made a little run. And let's just review the class distribution here for the Wethersfield girls this season.
Yeah, if you were just here with us on the boys' game, they've got, I think it was 16 seniors, so they're really, really veteran heavy. But the girls' team is the opposite, good balance. Only 3 seniors on the roster, 8 juniors, 6 sophomores, 5 freshmen on the roster.
And 2 of those seniors, Alana Burnell and Bella DeStefani, co-captains for this 2025 campaign. They have both been part of the varsity program since their freshman year. In that season, 2022, the Eagles made a run all the way to the semifinals as that corner kick goes across. Maloney trying to get to it, but there's a nice scoop off the one hop for Wethersfield, and the goal kick will come, and that's actually going to be a roll. And Wethersfield Eagles trying to play out of the back. Nicely done now up the near sideline. Near the midline. Good touch. Into two players. Down goes a Maloney defender. Wethersfield still moving toward the goal. About 45
Great
yards
ball.
out now down the right side. Nice through ball, splits two defenders, but moving a little bit away from the goal. Let's see if the Eagles can regroup. Going in toward the goal, but it goes over the inline, so it'll be a goal kick for Maloney here. So we think just over 5 minutes into this one. That's what we've got on the clock now anyway as we reset. Again, the Jamboree format, each team plays a round-robin schedule. So there are 4 teams here on the girls' side, 4 teams on the boys' side. We alternate girls' game, boys' game. Each team plays 30-minute running clock, and whatever the score is at the end of those 30 minutes is how we end it. Just reviewing earlier results, Wethersfield girls, as we talked about, they scored in the final minute. Kayla Bonfiglio found the back of the net to tie that one, and that's how it ended against Newington. So 1-1, Wethersfield-Newington.
And an impressive pass through ball there before the goal from Adriana Ficaselli. You know, not a player we're too familiar with, but she did well defending physically on this left back side, served a couple of free kicks, and had the tying assist.
Wethersfield moving again toward the goal. It's going to be cleared over the inline, so we should get our first set piece. Looks like a corner kick in that far corner coming for Wethersfield here. In the first girls' game over on DeChico earlier, Maloney actually picked up the win, 1-0 over Massac.
I think Massac may have won 1-0.
Oh, did I get that one wrong? All right. Well, we'll double check
one of
our
us is.
sources.
One
Well,
of us is
we've
wrong.
got a 50-50. We know the score was 1-0. And a team that starts with MA.
That's
as
great
the,
ball.
Oh, that is really well done, but it
Oh.
goes over and behind the goal. But nice hook on that one. Little bit farther out, and there's an opportunity for the Eagles to pop that one in the back of the net.
Yeah, 2 guys in the box wearing glasses. Depth perception not great there. I thought that was going to have a chance of bending in, but looks like that just went behind the net.
And, yeah, Tom, I'm going to give you get the victory on that one. That is a 1-0 win for Massac.
Can we keep score of the things you and I disagree on just
Well,
throughout the season?
Now, somebody's going to have to go back and watch the tape to see if I got that wrong. We're also doing PA here at the field, and I did announce a score, and I'm not sure now if I announced it correctly or incorrectly. So we'll see if anybody was actually listening. We've gotten no complaints. There are no protests happening outside the press box right now, but we'll see. That
It's
could
early.
change. So earlier action, just to recap, Tom McCarter has it correct. Massac 1-0 over Maloney. So Maloney looking for their first goal of the action here today. Wethersfield was held scoreless through basically the first 29 minutes against Newington, but found the back of the net to tie it. So both teams searching for the offense a little bit. Wethersfield in the center circle. Ball goes far side now. Eagles looking to play it through. It gets all the way through far side. Good defensive effort there to deflect by Maloney, but ball played in toward the middle of the field. Wethersfield trying to find the shape, having to come backwards to chase this one a little bit. Eagles now, middle of the field. And skips past the official.
Really nice ball movement from the Eagles on this possession.
Good pass there from, looks like Gugliotti with the left-footed ball, played it up front. Wethersfield still with possession, got a hustle on that one. Goes into the backfield. Eagles going to play out of the back now into just outside the center circle. Switching fields, Wethersfield across the far side. Good one-on-one battle. Maloney takes control. They've got some players up front, but that's going to get all the way back to the keeper. So nothing doing there as we're just about 9 minutes in. We've got 21:15 on the clock. As clearly we've got to get some more competent scoreboard and clock operators here. We at least do have the scoreboard correct, but we're glad you could join us today. It's the 23rd event here, 23rd edition of the Jamboree, the Winton Keene Bittner 9/11 Soccer Jamboree. Fantastic event, not only to kick off the soccer season, but just a wonderful event put on by the Soccer Boosters and these two Wethersfield programs to honor 3 individuals who had prominent roles in Wethersfield soccer in their youth and high school days And we had comments from Sarah Coffey earlier, sister of one of those people being honored as the ball goes far side now. Wethersfield tries to give chase, but Maloney there to clear it over the sideline. So opening ceremonies happened first, and then we got underway with soccer. Wethersfield girls took the field first against Newington here on Catone. And that one, as we mentioned, ended in a 1-1 draw. We'll say it again just so we make sure there's no confusion. Massick got the 1-0 win over Maloney over on DeChico in the first bit of girls action. Second game for each club now. Scoreless. Just over 10 minutes gone. About 20 minutes of soccer remaining here for these two teams as they try to figure out combinations, try to figure out positioning. Nice job there. Wethersfield with the ball still alive.
Ooh.
Gugliotti had a chance going toward the goal. Let's see if we can take a second look as she had an opportunity. She got away a little bit and goes high over the goal.
Yeah, a good, probably Wethersfield's best offensive chance this game. Ball hopped up a little bit on Gugliotti, skies it over the net, but inside the 18.
All right. Well, we are getting some technical assistance here. We understand maybe some challenges with our audio levels. So if that is impacting anybody, we apologize for anything as we may be inconsistent. Got some new equipment here in the booth this season. Audio has been one of the consistent struggles for us. We've invested in some additional equipment to try to alleviate some of the issues. Those of you who have been with us for a while remember the old days when we could barely be heard on your phone or computer or however you were listening to the stream. You had to crank your device all the way up. Trying to even that out a little bit, and we are confident we'll get there. But if you can hear us and hear us well, we're glad you joined us as Wethersfield in pink going right to left here. Second match of the day for the Wethersfield girls. Maloney also playing their second one. The Spartans are in green. They're going left to right. We're scoreless, about 12 minutes in, 18 minutes to go here. Wethersfield with an opportunity moving. There's a challenge nicely done by the keeper for Maloney. Got there just at the right point. And ball did go over the sideline, so it will be a throw on that far side for Wethersfield. Scoreless game, 17:45 kind of remaining in this one. We say kind of because we were a little slow getting the clock started, but we think we adjusted well enough for exhibition soccer play. So it'll be a throw on the far side for Wethersfield. Ball played high now toward the midline. Wethersfield looks to settle and go back the other way. Eagles trying to find their first one. Maybe they're hoping for some of the drama that they displayed in that first game, waiting till the final minute to get the goal to tie it up.
And two subs coming in for Wethersfield, and the only two players with names and numbers on the back of their jerseys, so gives us a better chance of being able to recognize them.
Oh, we've got the potential injuries. A Maloney player slow to get up, hobbling a little bit. Looks like she's going to be able to run it off. Yeah, the two subs coming in will be sophomores, Caitlin Applebaum and Maddie Komanetsky for Wethersfield. Going to see their first action of the day as we are scoreless in the Eagles' second game of the Jamboree. We're going to talk a little bit about the Wethersfield schedule. They will see, if I'm scanning this correctly, they'll see Maloney just once in the regular season. That ball goes toward the goal. There's a shot, and there he is.
What a shot.
Left-footed pop from, looks like, Gugliotti. So we'll get that one on the board as Wethersfield takes the 1-0 lead.
We talked about the last replay we showed. The ball hopped up a little bit on Gugliotti. This one did too, but watch her keep her knee over it and able to strike that ball right under the crossbar. Great shot.
So Magdalena Gugliotti, I'm sorry, I totally, well, apologies there. Malena Gugliotti, I put too many syllables in that. Malena Gugliotti with the nice left-footed goal. First one of this game gives the Eagles a 1-0 lead, and that's the second of the day for the Eagles. First game featured a goal in the final minute from Caleb Bonfiglio. So we're at 1-0 Wethersfield. Just over 15 minutes to go. We're about halfway through this one as Coach Matt Cameron is up here on the sideline and yells some instructions to his new team. You heard, if you were with us during the boys' game right before this, we had Darren Hobbs in with us. He's the vice president of the WHS Soccer Boosters, and he talked about Coach Cameron, his style of play, and also mentioned something that we had not gotten to yet, but Matt Cameron is part of the coaching staff at Sporting CT, and their women's team was able to claim a national championship earlier this summer, and Coach Cameron able to lead that squad. And Tom, I understand you're getting some, as you are prone to do, some great investigative work to help us add some context to this game. Do you want to share what you've just learned and confirmed?
Yeah, there's a close connection to Maloney as Coach Yakum went there and all of his kids played there. And Brady is a senior, as you mentioned, and we'll see him, I think, twice this year.
Yes, the boys do get Maloney twice, and as you mentioned, one of those is the game here that will be senior night for Wethersfield.
Yeah, and I think they're going to honor the Maloney boys seniors as well, which is something that doesn't always get done, in past years that we've seen. But this year is the first year since, well, I'm not going to do math, but 6 straight years that a Rob Yakum daughter was on the Maloney team that we would see here in the Jamboree. And, Brady's senior year, after that, all the Yakum children will have graduated from Maloney.
All right. Excellent work, as always, by investigative journalist Tom McCarter. Appreciate that extra info as Wethersfield tries to keep the pressure on. Leading this one 1-0, 13:30 to go here before this second exhibition game is in the books. Wethersfield girls have one game remaining, and that'll come up later on. We've got a boys game next, and then about 12:50 kickoff for the girls in their final outing here for the Jamboree against Massac. And Massac right now over on DeChico is playing against Newington. We'll try to get you an update on that score once it goes final and once we're done with this one here. But again, Massac got a 1-0 win on the girls' side over Maloney earlier in the first round of action here at the 2025 Jamboree. There's a ball going toward the goal. Jodorowski gets a two-hopper, goes right to the keeper. Shot on goal.
Or she said pregame, just call me Emma.
We're going to go with, we'll go with the full name for now, but we'll see how that goes. Always interesting, the preseason introductions, and we try to do what we can to see player preferences on how they would like to be addressed. And it's interesting. Sometimes we'll say it, and players will say, that's good enough. and we know we've not quite gotten it right when you get that response. So we continue to work on refining our pronunciation skills as the season goes along. Wethersfield on top of this one as we go under 12 minutes to go. 1-0 Eagles over Maloney in the second game on the girls' side here in the Jamboree.
And over the course of the season, we will get a lot of things wrong, make a lot of mistakes. But, we want to say players' names correctly. We want to get the goals right. So if we make a mistake, we will do our best to correct it.
There will be mistakes. I can almost guarantee that, Tom. But that's one of the great things about having the two-person booth is that usually one of us ends up catching the other one, as you did with the score update from that earlier game. 11:22 to go here. Wethersfield in the pink jerseys, going right to left. They're on top of Maloney, 1-0.
Speaking of mistakes, I think I was muted the last little bit.
All right.
So for those of you at home, if my audio was low the last couple minutes.
Tom, you just got some interesting tidbits from your investigative reporting work. Would you like to share those?
They could probably hear me through your mic, so I'll leave it be.
All right. And again, if you're watching us, we're happy to have you along for the broadcast. If you're looking for something to do for the rest of the afternoon, it's a gorgeous day here at Catone. The boosters are here with concessions going, raffle tickets, all sorts of great stuff as the After this winds up in about 10 minutes, 10:35 to go on the clock in this game. Wethersfield girls have one more game. The boys have two more left, so plenty of soccer action if you want to head down and see us at Catone. But if you can't make it, we're happy you found us here on the streaming home for Wethersfield girls and boys varsity soccer throughout the season. And we're going to go just take a quick break on the audio. We got some things. We'll wait 1 second as Maloney goes. There's a shot. Nice save and able to deflect it off the post. We'll try to clip a highlight of that one. Good shot from Maloney and a beautiful save by Wethersfield. Keeps this one a 1-0 game. Coming out of the back, Wethersfield trying to take possession. Maloney trying to keep the pressure on. That was really their best opportunity so far, but they've still got the ball inside the 18. Goes over the inline. Looks like that. I'm not sure. We may have a corner kick coming here.
And let's look at the replay here. Ball served from the left side. Save and then off the post and stays in play. It's been the best scoring chance of the game for either team thus far outside of the goal that we saw from Gugliotti.
All right, so we'll keep it here with us as we call the action. We've got a corner kick near corner, 9:20 on the clock. Wethersfield on top of Maloney, 1-0. Spartans take the corner. It goes all the way toward the front, headed out of there. Nicely done by Wethersfield to get out of harm's way initially. Still alive, though, for Maloney, but there come the Eagles. Out of the back comes Wethersfield in the pink, going right to left, toward the midline, center circle. Gugliotti, who has the one goal for Wethersfield in this game, comes down near side to Komanetsky. Up front we go now. Wethersfield on the attack, but good one-on-one defensive effort, and the ball cleared over the sideline by Maloney. So good job by the Spartans to turn away that Wethersfield attack. Keeps us a 1-0 game. Eagles on top, 8:40 to go here. Second game of the day for Wethersfield. One more for the girls coming up in a little bit. But before that, we've got the boys in action next here on Catone with their second outing of the day. Boys picked up a 4-1 win over Simsbury in their first game. Looked good offensively. Hat trick from Damian Sardo in that one as that ball goes toward the goal, but well to the right. So goal kick will come here for Maloney as they try to find a way to find their shape and get an attack going as we go to about the 8-minute mark. And Wethersfield on top, 1-0. We will give another round of thanks to our camera operator for the full day here at the Jamboree, Sophie Gustafson, helping us out, catching all the action. Producer, director Tom McCarter doing a nice job on the replays, already in midseason form, catching the action, which, again, I can't tell you how many times I heard last year how popular instant replay was as an addition to the broadcast last season. So if you like the instant replay and you see Tom McCarter, give him a big thanks. He's the reason we have it. It's certainly nothing that came from this side of the broadcast team.
And it's not perfect today. I got to clean it up. Haven't really used the system since November, but a couple things will get cleaned up for the regular season.
All right. So girls action recap. As we said, this is second game now for each of the girls' teams. Maloney fell 1-0 against Massac. Wethersfield tied Newington 1-1.
And stick around for the third Wethersfield girls game and the third Wethersfield boys game. We will have live coach interviews in the box during the girls game. We'll have Coach Rob Yockham joining us in the box. And during the final game at Catone, the boys game, we will have head coach Matt Cameron from the girls side in the box with us.
That should be a lot of fun. Always good to hear the coaches talk about, especially after having seen their teams a couple of times out here. And, again, preseason, but regular season gets underway next week. They've had a chance now to see their clubs for a good little stretch. Good to hear what they're liking and what they're looking to work on.
And you heard us complimenting some of the people from previous years at helping us with the broadcast and giving us access and allowing us to do the things that we want. The coaches have always been really, really open to us, and anytime we ask them a question or are confused about something, they're always willing to answer and help out to make us sound as good as we possibly can, which is a challenge on some days.
I mean, they got a tough job trying to make us sound like we know what we're talking about, but they do a great service to the families and fans by giving us access, and there's a play inside the 18. Down went the Wethersfield attacker. No whistle. We play on here.
Yeah, it was cleanly defended.
Nice move. And there's another left-footed shot right at the keeper. Action on the rebound, but it goes off the football upright. We're going to take a second try to add to her total.
Yeah, she's really been the center of the Eagles' offense here. And look at her cutting back on the left foot, setting up the shot nicely, ripping one that the goalie saves, and the good job crashing the net for the rebound.
So we stay at 1-0 Wethersfield, approaching 5 minutes to go here in this 30-minute exhibition game. Short game, Tom, from a coaching perspective, when you've got 3 short games against 3 different opponents, what are you trying to look for that you wouldn't normally do in an 80-minute game?
Well, I think in a 30-minute game, you're less likely to sub, right? Coach Yakum, I think he allowed the starters to play for maybe 20 minutes, and then the substitutes came in the last 10. So I think you want to give a little bit of run. You don't want to be subbing people out every 5 or 6 minutes and mixing and matching a little bit. You want to see how your starters do, and really see what chemistry there is. And things that we don't know. Is there a final roster decision to be made? Is there a player that maybe is slated for JV, but you want to get a second look at him, you want to get a last look, or positional battles, and formation-wise too. I think both the Wethersfield boys and girls team may have gone with 3 in the back today with their starting squads. Does that work? Newington seemed to have a lot of through balls that created some offense. So, a question we can ask Matt Cameron about, but I think that's really it. This is really a tune-up for the regular season, even though the results don't count or anything like that. The coaches do want to put the players that they see playing together. They do want to see how that works. Are there any adjustments? Because, in a couple of days, the results count.
Yep, it starts to matter. It starts to get real next week. And for the next couple of months, each team essentially with 2 games a week over the next 8 weeks to play out the 16-game regular season. We talked about it, but we'll tell you again, the girls are in action Tuesday afternoon at South Windsor to kick off the regular season. And then Friday night under the lights at Sage Park in Berlin. We will be there for our first regular season live stream of the girls' season. Friday night at 6 in Berlin, as Maloney now with another shot toward that ball.
Wow.
Was nicely played, just goes across the front of the goal and wide right.
Yeah, that ball somehow, it seemed like it just rolled on the goal line. It gets between the goalie and the post and doesn't make its way into the net, but that was a dangerous chance there for Maloney.
So Wethersfield girls looking to play out the final 2:40 here and hang on for a victory. Wethersfield has scored a single goal in each game so far. 1-1 tie against Newington in the first round of play here in the round-robin format for the Jamboree. 1 on the board here. None in the back of the net yet for Maloney. They're still looking for their first goal in today's action as they were shut out in the first game, 1-0 by Masick. Ball's going all the way back. Good play, one-on-one battle there. Both players went down. Nice clean soccer. And it rolls to the keeper. Maybe a little skid. Might be a scrape of the knee there on the Wethersfield side. But up come both players. We go under 2 minutes to go here in this second game.
Good sportsmanship from the Maloney goalie. Wait for the Wethersfield player, excuse me, to be ready before she kicks the ball.
Well done. And there is a high ball that bounces once, goes over the side. So Wethersfield's going to take a throw. 1:40 on our clock. We'll see if the officials let that be the clock of record or if they're going to call us off. It's going Wethersfield way, so it'll be a throw right in front of the Maloney bench. Sub's going to come in first for the Spartans.
I think unlike during the regular season, our clock is the official clock, and when they hear that horn.
Tom, I tell you, you are giving me a lot in terms of official duties now. You're calling the statistics official. You are calling the clock-keeping official. I'm a little concerned about the trust. Or maybe I'll use the Michael Scott line. I'm very impressed by the potential you see in me. Ball now down the side. Komanetsky goes after, but it's poked over the sideline by Maloney, so it'll be a throw again for Wethersfield. Under a minute to go as we wind this one down. So as long as Wethersfield can keep the ball in this portion of the field, the Wethersfield girls will come away with a win in their second Jamboree game after notching a 1-1 draw with Newington in their first round game. Again, next up here on Catone will be boys action as Wethersfield will take on Kingswood Oxford in their second outing.
And their mascot is
the Wyvern, which we may talk more about as we get into that game.
Give me a few minutes to do some Googling between games.
Well, the important thing to know, we learned this last year, and this is what Tom is referring to. We had our research team do some research on the mascot. A wyvern is not a dragon, despite what most of you are thinking right now. That's going to do it. There's the horn. So we've got game 2 in the books for the Wethersfield girls. They get a 1-0 win over Maloney. The goal scored by Milena Gugliotti to give the Eagles a 1-0 victory in their second outing. Again, coming up here next on Catone, Wethersfield boys back in action against Kingswood Oxford. We'll be back in about 5 minutes with the action from that one. And we're back. It is game 2 for the Wethersfield boys, and they are mixing things up on us, trying to keep us on our toes here in the booth. They've gone to white jerseys now for game 2 instead of the pink they wore in game 1. And they've switched directions. They're moving from left to right as you watch along with us. Moving from right to left is going to be the Wyverns of Kingswood, Oxford. We teased that a little bit. A wyvern is a legendary winged beast from medieval times, Tom. Not to be mistaken for a dragon. As Ali Hodzik moves toward the net and goes wide right. Good chance early on for Wethersfield.
Well, the reversal of sides and reversal of jerseys hopefully isn't, we don't see a reversal in outcome, because Wethersfield is dynamic offensively. And you see here, Tariq Ali Hodzik looking to pick up where they left off. Left-footed shot just goes wide of that right. Good chance early for the Eagles.
And we'll give you just one last tidbit on the wyvern. Dragons, Tom, breathe fire. Wyverns have attitude. All right, so now we're all set and up to speed on Kingswood, Oxford. They are typically and traditionally a good squad. Always great to have them here as part of the Jamboree. And good to have KO back this year. They're in red, going from right to left here in this first half. Coach Richard Shaw's squad played Tolland earlier and fell to the Tolland Eagles 2-0 over on Chico.
And this is the first set play that we've seen from Wethersfield here. They did not have one this close in the first game. Looks like Ali Hodzik, who took a lot of the free kicks from this spot last year, is lining up behind it. Ramo Amatovic, who finds a way to get his head on a lot of these. He is sneaking up that right side here. We'll see if Tariq is looking for that or if he's going to be shooting.
So Kingswood, Oxford looks to line up the defense here, marking up inside the 18. Looks like a wall forming. There is the kick. Chip shot from Ali Hodzik goes right at the keeper, but nicely done to get it over the wall and give the Eagles a chance on net. But a good save from KO keeps us scoreless just about 2 minutes in, 27:48 to go. Scoreless game, second outing here of the Jamboree in this round-robin event for the Wethersfield boys. Girls on the Eagles side have already played 2 games, a 1-1 draw against Newington for the girls in their first outing, and then they just completed here on Catone a 1-0 win over the Spartans of Maloney. So girls, 1-0-1 so far. The Wethersfield boys had an offensive eruption, 4 goals in that first game against Simsbury to pick up the win 4-1 over the Trojans. Looking to find some more offense here are the Eagles. They're in white for this one, going left to right.
Well defended there by Gus Spader. Getting some time at center back next to Ramo Amatovic, as experienced of a Wethersfield player as there ever has been. There's actually 3 players on this Wethersfield squad who were freshmen on varsity 4 years ago. That is Ramo Amatovic, Jao Vizcarra, and John Fraga, who we will not see today due to an injury.
Ali Hodzik had last season as KO has a chance. That ball goes through the football uprights. That's our first football field goal of the afternoon, the morning that has turned into afternoon now. So good afternoon. Thank you for joining us here on your home for your streaming home for Wethersfield High School girls and boys varsity soccer. We are looking forward to kicking off our 6th season of coverage. Say that fast 5 times. 6th season of soccer coverage for us here on the live streams. 26:08 to go as Wethersfield in white going left to right, looking to get on the board here in a scoreless game against Kingswood Oxford.
We'll do our best to give you the lineup on the field with no jersey numbers or roster jersey numbers either. We're doing a little bit of guessing, but it looks like the back line is senior Juan Macias, Ramo Amatovic, and Gus Spader are in the middle, and on the left side is Luca Iannucci. In the midfield, we've got Leo Najarro, who played that ball through, Jao Vizcarra, and newcomer Madi Cicchinelli. And then up top, you've got Fabi Bello, Tariq Ali Hodzik, Damian Sardo. I think that's everybody, and Joey McKenna in net.
That is impressive work from analyst extraordinaire Tom McCarter setting the Wethersfield lineup for you. We get a call on the far side. So Kingswood Oxford in red, moving from right to left. They're going to have a free kick opportunity, set piece chance now for them as they move the ball into the attacking third.
And the difference here with this ball a little bit wider out, you just saw Ali Hadzik. That's a prime shooting spot on that last free kick. You expect this one probably not to be a shot, but maybe something played towards that back post, and as the Wyverns players are crashing the net.
So the ball is about 25 yards out from net on that far side, as Tom pointed out. I'm not sure if that's a paper plate or what we have. A little bit of debris on the field. But Wethersfield builds the wall. Here is a left-footed boot now. Gets past the wall into the 18. Wethersfield able to clear it. Nice high ball back toward the midline, but Kingswood Oxford there waiting for it. And nice poke over the side, and it looks like it deflected, so it should be a throw for Wethersfield coming down the sideline. We started to talk, Tom, you mentioned Tariq Alihadzik, a fantastic offensive season last year for Tariq.
Monster season. He really came out of nowhere as far as opposing teams. He wasn't on the radar of, hey, we got to shut this guy down. But 15 goals, 11 assists, led the team in both of those by a wide margin. And look, that is such a monster season that if I say it's going to be really difficult for him to achieve that in senior season, it's only because he had such a great year and he's going to draw a lot of coverage. The camera doesn't see it right now, but he's in the middle of 5 red jerseys right here, and he's going to get a lot of attention throughout the year. A lot of teams are going to say, let's not let him beat us, and that might open up some chances for Fabi Bello, Damian Sardo. We saw him with a hat trick in the first game, but Ali Hadzik, an absolute monster season, one of the best offensive ones we've seen since you and I have been covering the team.
Yeah, absolutely. To be double digits in both goals and assists, he did a nice job, and you talked about it off the set piece. Nice job off set pieces last year. Even if he didn't get the opportunity, he was able to set somebody up and help the Eagles with a scoring chance here. So Wethersfield in white going left to right. Kingswood Oxford on the attack. Ball rolling across. There is the defensive line for Wethersfield. Able to clear it out. Back line outside of Amatovic, one of the questions, but Ramo Amatovic certainly not a question mark. He, as did Bella DeStefani on the girls' side for Wethersfield. Amatovic listed on the Game Time CT 25 players to watch list this year in CIAC soccer. Strong junior season and looks to improve on that and be as he anchors the back line, but also creates a scoring threat on set pieces when he comes up. Kingswood Oxford, though, has had some opportunities moving their way. Wethersfield not really able to organize and get much going toward the goal. There's a left-footed ball. It's going to hook well wide right, so McKenna will get a goal kick out of this when we come back into action. We're just about 8 minutes in, 22:15 to go here in the second game of the day for Wethersfield. Scoreless right now. Eagles put 4 in the back of the net in their first game over a 4-1 win over Simsbury here. Right now over on DeChico on the boys' side. Tolland and Simsbury battling it out over there. The boys for Wethersfield round out the action, about a 125 kickoff, as Wethersfield will be back here on the boys' side to take on Tolland in a battle of Eagles in the final game of the day. And that should be a good one because we mentioned Amatovic on the defensive side for Wethersfield. Up front for Tolland, Chris Adagio, who had the game winner in their Class M state title game last season, is back, and he also on that list of 25 players to watch this season. So we've got a couple of marquee names going head-to-head in the final game of the day, Wethersfield and Tolland. But we got plenty of soccer to go before that. We've got 21:15 to go here with Wethersfield in white, moving left to right, battling Kingswood Oxford, the Wyverns in red, moving right to left as Wethersfield now tries to mount an attack. Chip ball played ahead, looking for Ali Hadzik. He's going to get to it first. Able to ward off the defender initially. Good battle there. And might have been a little extracurricular contact, but nothing doing on the whistle. And we'll have a throw for Wethersfield on the side.
Yeah, Ali Hadzik there. He's not going to outweigh the guys he's going against, but he does such a good job of initiating the contact first so that he can create a little bit of space for him.
Quick score update on the girls' side in that second round of girls' action over on DeChico. Massac and Newington, a scoreless draw on DeChico Field. That one wrapped up just before we get started here with second round boys' action. Final girls' action here on Catone. Wethersfield will be back about 12:50 on the girls' side to take on Massac, and over on DeChico for the girls, Newington and Maloney.
And join us for a live Rob Yackham interview during the girls' finale here up next at Catone.
That would be the legendary Rob Yackham, as he was referred to during the pregame ceremonies. Hard to argue that. Coach Yackham with 310 wins during his 25 seasons, beginning his 26th campaign here at the helm for Wethersfield. 5 state titles. Plenty of trips to the playoffs. We'll get all those stats together and rattle them off for you at some point during the season, but just an impressive run, keeping Wethersfield up in the ranks of perennial powers in CIAC soccer. Kingswood Oxford, though, giving Wethersfield all they can handle in this one. A little bit better on the possession side of the ball for KO so far.
And this is Wethersfield's first unit. John Fraga is expected to come back for the regular season opener. So somebody on this field may not be in the starting lineup come the regular season. So everybody's really auditioning to keep their spot and make sure that they're in the starting lineup next week.
Tried to split defenders to get that ball through, but taken away by Kingswood Oxford. They play back, and now here's a high ball into the front half of the field, the offensive half for KO. Good battle. Looks like that deflected. Might have been a high kick, but
it looked like Juan Macias played it off the KO attacker, and yeah, it looks like they are calling a foul on Macias.
Familiar name in Wethersfield soccer lore, Mr. Clem Clementon officiating this one as the center ref here. He and the rest of these officials do a nice job coming out, spending the entire day. We've got a crew over on DeChico for that round of games, the crew here. The 2-player wall for Wethersfield, dancing around, moving a little bit. Here's going to be the free kick now for Kingswood Oxford. It goes high toward the near post. Headed, and Amatovic with a nice battle there, and no harm for Wethersfield as they are able to keep Kingswood Oxford off the board. Still scoreless as we go under 18 minutes here.
Yeah, never a bad ball there. KO got their head on it first. If he was able to skim it, keep that ball under the crossbar, anything could have happened there. So Wethersfield's got to be careful on those plays.
And Tom, you alluded to it at the beginning in our first game, really early in that first game against Newington for the Wethersfield girls. After a great save, Giada Gianfrido in net for the Eagles made another good challenge at the top of the box to thwart an attack, but ended up taking some contact. She went down. She has been out of action, and Alani Trujillo has been playing goal and will play goal, we understand, for the third and final game for the Wethersfield girls today. She's had some impressive saves of her own, though, since she came in to spell Gianfrido in net for the Wethersfield girls. But here in the boys' action, Wethersfield looking to play out of the back. Eagles switch to the white jerseys for this one. Wethersfield in all white, going left to right. Amatovic, line drive ahead, looking for his running mate Alahadzik up front, not able to get it through.
Yeah, Wethersfield not really able to penetrate through and get those final third chances like they did in the first game versus Simsbury. Kind of content to try to play those long balls over the top, but it's not working so far.
Down the near side. Battle as it goes into the corner. Stays in bounds, but then it looks like goes over the inline, and I think we've got a corner kick coming for the Eagles, so another set-piece opportunity. Corner kick near corners. Wethersfield will try to get on the board first in this one. 16:20 to go, scoreless game.
Sardo, left footer, it's going to be curving in, and Ramo Amatovic was so dangerous on these along with Ali Pedno last year.
Here it is, goes all the way across, almost found the head of Amatovic, skips off.
Yeah, Iannucci got there first, climbed the ladder and got his head on it, just put it wide, but always good to see. Amatovic's going to get a lot of attention. He's going to have 2 guys on him. They're going to be stepping on his feet. So, you need a couple other players that can get up there and compete for those balls.
And that's why this guy's the best in the business, folks. Luca Iannucci gets in there, skips off his head. Nice ball, nice service from Sardo, who had the hat trick in the first game for Wethersfield.
Simsbury up 1-0 over on DeChico on a goal from Ryan Goodwin.
Nicely done by Simsbury. So high ball now played ahead by Kingswood Oxford as they try to move the ball toward the goal. But that's going to get into the hands of Joey McKenna as he comes up toward the top of the 18. Directs traffic now, rolls it out. Eagles going to play out of the back.
I'm not sure we've seen McKenna punt the ball today. I could be wrong on that, so we'll consider that an unofficial stat for sure. But like to see Wethersfield in this setting where really the results don't matter. Work at it so that they know what they can do during the regular season.
Eagles with the ball. That's played ahead. There's nobody home, though, for Wethersfield. It's going to bounce harmlessly into the hands of the Kingswood Oxford keeper.
And that's a new face here. He's a senior, but this is his first year in the Wethersfield High School program. Matthias Chicknelli, who you're going to hear us call him Madi. I think that's what the players call him. We spend a little time with the players down on the field before the game, the boys and the girls, just to make sure that we can get their names right, pronounced right, and if somebody goes by a nickname or anything like that, that's what we want to say to you at home.
Looking ahead to the regular season, which gets underway next week, the boys' first game is Wednesday, September 3rd, 3:45 kickoff as they host Berlin. We will have that one for you, full live stream coverage from us for that one. That's our first of the regular season, and then our first girls' game as that ball goes toward the goal, but headed by Wethersfield, going to come over toward the near side, over the sideline, so throw coming here. Our first live stream for the girls will be next Friday, September 5th, as they travel to Berlin. So looking forward to getting underway with not just the regular season for the teams, but certainly our coverage of the regular season. As we're under 14 minutes, that ball comes in. Nice header there by Amatovic on that one. Eagles able to turn away the attack, now trying to take control of the ball. Chipped ahead, looking for Alahadzik. He's one-on-one. Trailing this one, and look at him cut to the inside to force the play over the sideline. Wins a deep throw for Wethersfield.
Yeah, as a forward, you can gamble, right? If he doesn't win that, if he doesn't make the right guess, it's not going to cost him anything. Defensively, if you gamble wrong, it's going to end up in the back of your net, or if a goalie gambles wrong. But Tariq knows he's got the freedom to say, hey, if he's going to play this back to the goalie, I'm going to jump this side, and I'm going to be right there. And that's how he scored his goal against Simsbury. A bad back pass to the goalie, he was there and puts it in the open net.
Amatovic now sends it over near side, has Alahadzik. He's one-on-one just outside the 18. Nice cutback, gets inside of the penalty area. Cross, there's a shot, beautiful save for the keeper from KO. Wethersfield trying to get another opportunity, but it's going to be cleared out. Let's see if we can get another look at that shot. Good cross from Alahadzik led to a shot. And a good save from the KO goalkeeper.
Yeah, good one-on-one movement here from Alahadzik. Little ball in the box, and Chicknelli gets a good KO keeper.
And there's a one-hopper as we come back to live action. One-hopper to the keeper on the near post. So Wethersfield turned away. We remain scoreless, 12:22 to go in this one. It's the second round of action on the boys' side, and we've got a host of substitutes. It might be a whole squad.
Full
We've
squad.
Got a fresh 11 about to come in for Wethersfield. So the last 12 minutes or so of this one is there's a good battle played back now to McKenna. There's a boot. Line drive into the center circle. Flick off the head of a KO player. Battle for the ball near the midline, just outside the center circle. Whistle blows, had some contact. It's going to be free kick going the other way if you're a Wethersfield fan. So Kingswood Oxford in red going right to left, going to take the free kick.
And if you are on the field right now for Wethersfield, you know you're coming out at the next whistle. So they do not want the ball to go out of bounds. They want play to continue as long as it can so they can try to get that 1-0 goal before they leave the field for good.
The official on the near side, surrounded by white jerseys, as Wethersfield about to send in a fresh 11, including keeper. But first, here is a free kick opportunity. Kingswood Oxford would love to come away with a win in this one. All it's going to take, maybe at this point, is a goal. The ball's going to go Kingswood Oxford way, it looks like, but we're going to let the subs in.
In the Jimmy Clark days, he would have announced all 11 players coming out of the field.
I don't remember what that number was several years ago, but it might have been 7 different players that he got quickly, not just on a live stream, folks, but announced here at the stadium for the crowd to hear as well. So we go back down memory lane. People are wondering who in the world we're talking about right now. But if you were around for a few seasons ago, Jimmy Clark was voice of the Eagles here. And there is a goal for KO as we go down memory lane. We missed the action. Kingswood Oxford has tied it up I'm sorry, they've taken the lead. I was giving Wethersfield a go. They've taken the lead now.
Yeah, really difficult situation to be subbed into. The first action you see is a deep throw in. Ball kind of bounces around, and it bounces right to a KO player, and he finds the back of the net. No doubt about that. Wethersfield the players on the field haven't even touched the ball yet. You know, it's really, let's see how they do here, but that's a difficult place to put them in.
So we go under 10 minutes to go. We got lulled to sleep a little bit. Not our best call of live action there as Kingswood Oxford gets on the board first, gets ahead of Wethersfield 1-0. So now the Eagles, with that fresh 11, has to play from behind. Let's see if Wethersfield in white can find a way to even this one up. 9:38 to go here. It's the second round of boys action here on the Jamboree. 2 rounds already complete for the girls. Wethersfield girls are up next here on Catone, and then the boys will be back for their final game of the day. The boys' game that wraps this whole thing up will be a battle of Eagles, Wethersfield against Tolland. Right now, though, 9:18 to go. Wethersfield trying to find the equalizer as they gave up the first goal of the game just moments ago to Kingswood Oxford. And you can see a little bit more life in the red jerseys right now.
And the second unit for Wethersfield in the opening game win against the first unit for Simsbury. And just like that one, there was a quick goal that they allowed, and then the final 10 or so minutes they were on the field, they played pretty evenly with them. So good outing in the first one. And here they allow the quick goal, but let's see if they can rebound and remain competitive for the final 8:41 of this game.
Kingswood Oxford looking to even up their record on the day. They fell in their opening game 2-0 to Tolland over on DeChico. Pleased to have this 1-0 score right now as they are ahead of Wethersfield. Eagles in white going left to right, trying to mount an attack. New squad in just a few minutes ago for Wethersfield, so trying to get their legs under them. And immediately they are playing from behind. There's going to be a free kick now coming for Wethersfield. Going to be right about the 30-yard line, left hash. So 40 yards out from the soccer net. Free kick, a lot of action lined up on the right side near the top of the 18. There's some back and forth. There's a little extracurricular activity up top. We'll see if anything comes of that. But here comes the free kick. Left-footed ball goes high toward the keeper. There's a collision. Keeper and the attacker for Wethersfield. And good sportsmanship from the Kingswood Oxford keeper. Comes over to check, give a little tap on the back, and looks like Daigle is up and jogging that off. A lot of contact there. We'll take a second look. Oh, we already did. All right. Well, we're back to live action. Kingswood Oxford. Kingswood Oxford in red going right to left. They've got the 1-0 lead over Wethersfield. Under 7 minutes to go in this shortened 30-minute exhibition game. Salgado now for Wethersfield as the Eagles try to get down to the other end of the field. Far side we go. Played back. Wethersfield trying to keep possession, get something going here. Through ball, we got an opportunity room, but that's a little too far out in front, and the keeper able to get to it right at the top of the 18. We want to give a thanks in addition to our crew here in the press box. Connor Swanson, WHS soccer alum, helping us out now on scoreboard and clock duties. I think that might have been somebody from the boosters decided I needed a replacement after failing to start the clock for one of the games. And yeah, but we're good. We're glad to have Connor here with us. Always good to see WHS alums back in the house. And
good overlap there. CJ Smith, good rocket. Oh.
Wow, that goes high over the goal, but nicely done to quick touch and get the shot opportunity. Wethersfield, time starts to become a factor. 5:30 to go here. Eagles trail Kingswood Oxford 1-0. Quite a difference from the first game when Wethersfield scored their first of 4 goals, not even 5 minutes in. They have been held scoreless here now through 25 minutes of action in this one. 3 red shirts around the ball. Wethersfield comes out of there. Deflected, looks like almost off the side of the head of a Kingswood Oxford player. They come the other way down the far side. Trying to make a move around. Good support by the back line for Wethersfield, but not out of danger. Clearing the ball toward the side.
Yeah, nice speed from the Wyverns forward there. Salgado did a good job being physical and slowing him down. Daigle comes across and cuts him off in case the goalie wasn't there in time.
All right, and we talked earlier, we've talked throughout the day, if you've been with us, as Wethersfield, there's an opportunity. Nice pullback. Little Maradona action inside the penalty area, but it leads to the ball going back the other way as Wethersfield cannot generate a shot out of that. Going to be too much contact there. We got a free kick coming, and that's not something that...
Oh, I think he was rolling it back to the spot of the foul.
All right. Well, officials typically don't like to see too much of that during regular season games. We're okay with it here. Nicely done by the officials, too, playing with 3-person crews here. So 2 ARs and the center ref. Keeps the action running well from an officiating standpoint. Kingswood Oxford holding on to the 1-0 lead, trying to maintain possession of the ball, maybe pop another one in the back of the net for an insurance goal, but nice play there. And it's going to be handball. Thought maybe he got out of there without the call, but ball goes off the arm for Wethersfield, so it's going to be a free kick going the other way for Kingswood Oxford. 3:30 to go here before this one is in the books. Again, stay with us. Wethersfield girls are up next here on Catone for their final outing of the day against Massac, and then the boys are back right about 1:25 for their final game of the day against Tolland. Here's the free kick. Curls in. Nicely played ball. McKenna tries to get to it. Can't do it, but cleared out of there by Wethersfield. Defense holds well there. Off the set piece opportunity for Kingswood Oxford. Toward the midline we go. Wethersfield giving chase far side. And it's going to get away and over the sideline. And we're going Wethersfield way, though. Looks like a deflection that we missed. So, nope, we're going Kingswood Oxford way. Thought we missed it, but we didn't miss it. But then we called it wrong, so we missed it in the end anyway.
You had it all covered.
That's right. If you cover all angles, you get one of them right. Here's a nice run, splitting defenders. Kingswood Oxford off the crossbar. Wethersfield lucky to escape there, only down 1-0. But here is Kingswood Oxford trying to apply more pressure. Left-footed ball played go all the way across. Skips off the head of a Wethersfield defender. Left-footed ball, line drive, blocked by Wethersfield. Eagles have it, trying to play out of pressure. KO going to get to it. Wyverns, good battle here. Played back toward the near sideline, just past the Kingswood Oxford bench. Wyverns have the 1-0 lead over Wethersfield as we go to the 2-minute mark. Wethersfield needs to get the ball out of this end.
Taking a look at that rocket from the KO forward that just went right off the crossbar. Nice volley there. Take our word for it. That one went off the crossbar.
Take our word for it. It was a fast shot. Hard to follow the action on that one. 2 minutes, actually less than 2 minutes. 1:36 to go. Wethersfield looking to put in the 1-minute offense here. They've got the ball in the right part of the field. Need to move it toward the goal. Here is a chip.
Nice
going
ball
down
over the top.
Down this near side now, still outside the 18, near the sideline. Pulled back, good one-on-one pressure. Takeaway, poke ahead. Nice give-and-go soccer, but going to be a little bit too far over the inline.
Yeah, good thought, thinking he could sneak it through there, and Delic almost got to it. Would have been a good scoring chance had he been able to get there before it went out of bounds.
And we approach the final minute here, so 60 seconds to go. No hurry for the Kingswood Oxford keeper, who had a great save earlier in the game. He's had a solid game in net. Going to post the unofficial clean sheet here in preseason soccer in 30 minutes, but has kept Wethersfield scoreless after the Eagles had 4 in their opening game win over Simsbury. 37 seconds to go now.
And this KO team lost, I think, was it 2-0 to Tolland in the first game? So stick around. Wethersfield's best test may be the final game right after the girls game next. But that Tolland defending state championship team might be the team to beat here at the Jamboree.
Nice bounce back here from KO to keep the Eagles scoreless. We got 15 seconds to go, but Wethersfield not near the net right now. 10 seconds. Can they move it down the field? Looks like going to be just enough obstruction from Kingswood Oxford to play this one out. We go to 2-1. There's the final horn. We'll turn that back, and Wethersfield falls 1-0 to Kingswood Oxford. Goal came at about 10:15 remaining in the first. Well, I started to say first half. It was only a 30-minute game. We're going to take a much-needed break here on the audio. We'll be back in about 5 minutes with the Wethersfield girls back here on Catone. All right, we're back for more soccer action. It is Wethersfield girls back on the pitch. This time they are taking on the Massac Panthers. Wethersfield against Massac. It's the final round, third and final exhibition game for the girls here in the Jamboree. Time flies when you're having fun. Wethersfield in their first two outings had a 1-1 draw against Newington in the opener. Goal by Caleb Bonfiglio in the final minute tied that one up. And then in the second game here on Catone for the girls, Wethersfield got a 1-0 win over Maloney. But here come the Massac Panthers on the attack. Nicely done there. That is backup keeper. That is freshman Alani Trujillo in net. Because in our first game for the girls, starter Giada Gianfrido went down with an injury. She's not been back today into the action. We'll hope that is something that changes for the start of the regular season this coming week. But Wethersfield, like the boys, has switched up on us here. Blue jerseys now. So the Eagles in that traditional home blue, moving from right to left here in this one. Massac in the red jerseys going from left to right. Let's check Massac's results from earlier today. They had a 1-0 win in their first outing against Maloney and then a scoreless draw against Newington. That game was over on DeChico Field. The other game happening over on DeChico right now on the girls' side to round out today's action is Newington against Maloney. But right here, we've got 28 minutes and 20 seconds of soccer to go as Wethersfield in blue battles Massac in red. Sapala battles here on the near side. Good takeaways you started to mention there, Tom, by Massac. Throw coming for the Panthers here near sideline, near the Wethersfield bench. Headed out over the side by Sapala, so it'll be another throw here for Massac. Panthers were here at the Jamboree last year as well. Great to have the teams back. Coach Katie Kreiner's squad looking to come away with a victory here in this final play. Nice through ball, looking for Alana Burnell down the side, but that one just too far out front.
Yeah, Yanissi and Burnell last year had a ton of chemistry. That one, I think Burnell wanted it played more to her. Yanissi was thinking she was wanting it in front of her, but two weren't able to connect on that play.
So back to the action we go. Massac moves the ball high over the midline. Ball played over the top. Looks like Wethersfield susceptible to that. We saw a little bit of that as Newington got some runs early in that first game. That one not turned into a shot on goal by Massac, but we are going to have what appears to be our first set piece as we look to be lining up a corner kick in the near corner. Or Tom's waving me off, and he is correct. As we look past the golf carts and the other things down the sideline, it is just a deep throw. So it comes in short to Wethersfield defenders. Pounce on it. That one goes over the end line, and that'll be a goal kick now for Wethersfield. So the Eagles will take over. Goal kick coming for Trujillo in net. And she's going to take it. But as we've seen today, Tom, short balls as the Eagles try to play possession out of the back versus just trying to get the punt toward the midline.
And that one was not done well, and had the Massac player been able to get a solid foot on it, that would have been a really good scoring chance as it was right down the middle of the field. So Wethersfield's got to be a little bit more careful moving the ball out of the back.
Scoreless game, 26 minutes left, 4 minutes into this 30-minute game. Final round of action for the girls here at the Jamboree. Just a fantastic event put on here by the Wethersfield program, and particularly the volunteers from the WHS Soccer Boosters who make this happen every year. This is the 23rd edition of this Jamboree, the Winton Keene Bittner 9/11 Memorial Soccer Jamboree. 23rd session. Beautiful day here in Wethersfield as we honor memories and look to make new ones here in the lives of these soccer players. Ball played toward the midline. Wethersfield able to take over. Eagles now go far side, trying to mount an attack. Scoreless game. Just about 5 minutes gone. 25:05 to go here in our final girls game on Catone of the day. And Tom, as we watch the action unfold as Masick looks to go toward the midline here, deflected there by Wethersfield. If you're Coach Cameron, what are you taking away from what you've seen so far? And we'll get his take on that when he joins us during the final boys game. But from your perspective, give us a preview of what you think we'll hear in terms of likes and challenges so far.
Well, his first concern is probably that his starting goalie got hurt right away, right? You know, that is somebody that I think Gianfrido started every game last year, and that's a really important position, obviously. So, you know, that's the first concern. And Trujillo here has played the majority since then. I think she's played all the minutes. So it's, you know, good experience. But to go into a start of a regular season possibly without your number one goalkeeper, that can be a little bit challenging. I think also the formation potentially, I think he's playing with three in the back, and that makes you a little bit susceptible to those wide passing lanes, which Newington was able to exploit a little bit. So I think kind of figuring that out. I think even though Wethersfield hasn't put up a ton of goals, he's probably not too concerned with the offensive output, right? That's where most of his veterans are. They're proven that they could score. So I think really figuring out what the starting formation is, what the starting back line is going to be, and what's the status of your goalies, I think those are probably the things that he's going to be thinking about after today.
And here is another run up front. Masick not able to connect on the pass. They had a player look to be clean ahead of the pack, but not able to connect on the pass. So ball goes over the sideline as we remain scoreless here. Girls' final game of 3 here in the Jamboree. 23:06 to go. Clock runs through everything here. And as we've got a throw coming on the side for Masick. Masick again in red going left to right. Wethersfield has switched to all blue going right to left. 22:50 to go. And we are joined by a special guest here in the booth, fresh off of his latest game, is, as you were referred to, Coach, in the opening ceremonies, the legendary Rob Yakum right here with us in the broadcast booth. How you doing today?
I'm good. That was a little embarrassing there, but legendary.
All right, so, Coach, you've done this a few times. You're in your 26th season here at the helm of the Wethersfield program. A day like today where you've got shortened games, it's obviously preseason, it's exhibition, you're mixing a lot of things around. What are your general thoughts? What are your takeaways so far as you've watched your team now for a couple of runs through here?
So, a couple things. I think I got a little more confidence in my second unit there when they played against Simsbury's starting unit, because they brought their guys in, and I know we gave up the goal right away, little mistake, but after that they settled down, and I don't want to say it was even, but maybe pretty close to even. Our guys, the way they knocked it around against their starting group that was ready to go, and after that initial shock there, you know, they were more athletic for sure. They're older. But I thought our young boys settled down and they played pretty well, so I was happy with that. The second game against KO, I was a little bit disappointed that we weren't a little bit more creative. They sat back and defended well, and they scored a goal against us.
And we've got our first goal on the board just about 9 minutes in. Masick goes up with the 1-0 lead over Wethersfield here in the final girls side of action. And let's go with that, Coach. You're talking about your squad. We've obviously got you with a lot of experience on the Wethersfield sidelines. You know Matt Carey pretty well, you coach on the girls' side. What do you feel like he's taken away so far, particularly as he watches a little bit of action in front of the net that goes the other way?
Yeah, I think we're on the same page. You know, we're getting all the players in. We want to win. We want to win every game. Don't get me wrong. We want to win and get, but we want to get everybody in. And you know, the event is the most important part of the day was the opening ceremony for us. But the next most important is the third game for Maddie's group and for my group, because I think the first two games we kind of split even playing time for the most part. You know, the starters played a little bit longer. But a lot of these questions I wish I could answer after the third game. So for us, Tolland, the defending Class M state champs, Mikey, obviously a former player for me, state champion as well. So that'll be a real good test for us. We're going to take that a little bit more like a regular season game in terms of our substitution patterns as well. And sometimes the boys, I didn't pick the order. Sometimes we pick the order of the games, and we put the kind of the feature game, the second one. But this year it lines up to be that third game. So we're looking forward to it, and I'm happy that our starting group hasn't given up a goal yet. You know, the other guys came in, and you know it's tough when you sub 11 like that at once, deep in their end, long throw in, and boom, it's in the back of the net. So. You know, I'm happy. I'm optimistic. We are missing João Fraga still, so we're going to have to move somebody around. So these guys are, you know, Fraga's going to be in the lineup, so somebody's going to be out. So these guys are fighting, competing for playing time. So, but at the end of the day, you know, they're getting on each other a little bit on the sideline, which I kind of like because they're upset that they couldn't manage a goal, and then that we gave one up. So they're competitive, and I love that. So.
Oh, that's good to hear. So let's carry that out then into you look ahead toward the regular season starting next week, obviously the 16-game schedule. What are your expectations for your group with obviously some good returning talent? You've got Ramo Amatovic, who's on the watch list from Game Time CT in terms of 25 players to watch in the state. You've got Tariq Alihadzik, who was double figures in both goals and assists last year. You got Joey McKenna, a senior, stepping in, taking over the reins in net. As you look at the season, how do you see things shaping out?
Yeah, so Tariq had a great year last year, and I told him we need more out of him this year because, you know, he's not going to surprise anybody this year. You know, everyone knows about him now, and it's this coming out party last year, but this year is going to be a little bit different, so he's going to have to work a little bit harder, and other guys are going to have to step up as well. You know, we're looking at Fabi, we're looking at Damien. It was nice that he got a couple goals earlier, so that was important for him because last year I thought he you know, maybe could have produced a little bit more for us, but so a good start for him. Ramo in the back, you know, his leadership and stuff, we're hoping that's going to carry us. And, you know, when I look at the Class L, the breakdown, I don't know. I think we're up there with the top teams. So I think on any given day, we can beat anybody. But, you know, that's the catch there, right? On any given day, so anything can happen. So I'm really optimistic. I think it's a good group, very competitive group. Sometimes too much so, where they get on each other a little bit too much. But I think I'd rather have that than a team that I have to just motivate. So these guys are up for this third game, and I hope they come out and represent us well here. So.
And we take it into the regular season. Next week, you've got Berlin on Wednesday, and then Saturday, the FSA showcase game. You've got Danbury in that one. Week one, what are your expectations out of that for your team, and what are you looking for specifically as you look at those two opponents?
Yeah, our lineup is not 100% solidified, so we're getting much closer, but we're hoping, is it this time? What time is it right now? No, a couple hours from now and a week from now that we're 2-0. So we're expecting, we want to win at home. We don't want to lose at home. That's big for us, playing here at home in front of our fans. So that's one of our goals, is to go undefeated at home. FSA neutral site, but it feels like home for us. Danbury is going to be tough. We don't know too much about them. We know they're, you know, a lot of Portuguese in Danbury, so there's a lot of good soccer there. So it's going to be interesting. But yeah, I mean, we want to win both games. So we want to have a strong start, and I think that's going to propel us going forward. Sometimes you have a slow start, and you can still finish strong. We've had that before, especially here at the Jamboree. We've gone to the Jamboree here with a couple losses, a tie, and then we end up winning the state title. So, or whatever our results were. I forgot exactly what they were. Tom probably knows.
He might remember that from 2021, but yeah.
Lost to KO. Here we go. So we did that on purpose so that we could, you know, follow in those footsteps.
All right, we won't go through each week, but let's play this out a little bit. If you get through 2-0 after that first week, week two, then you get Simsbury, and then you go on the road to a team you're very familiar with at Maloney.
Yep.
Simsbury, a team obviously you've seen here today. Got a little bit of a preview of. How do you feel like you match up with them in a straight-up regular season matchup?
Yeah, I think, you know, Coach Mike and I talked earlier, and he said he was going to mix it up a little bit today, and he ended up – I played my starters, and he put in his reserves first, and then we flip-flopped. But I think it's going to be a close game. They have some really good players. It's going to be interesting. The second one, you know, is always tough because your son's on the other team, and – believe me, I want to win. I said it last year. I want him to have the best game of his life, but I want my team to win. So he can have a goal or two, and then we win, you know, 5-2.
Well,
I'd like that.
Then you get to see him again later in the season for senior night.
Yes.
When Maloney comes in here. So is that same scenario. Do you want him to get a hat trick that night and you guys win 4-3, or what's that scenario look
It
like for
depends what
senior
our
night?
record is.
Okay.
You know what our record is at that time and what we need. Looks like
Massick
that.
again on a run as Wethersfield has not been able to find the back of the net yet. We're midway through this one, just under 15 minutes to go. Wethersfield girls trailing Massick 1-0 in their third and final Jamboree game. We've got Wethersfield boys soccer coach Rob Yakum with us, talking a little bit about the upcoming season. Let's bring it back around, though. We talked about it briefly, but give the fans who are not as familiar with Coach Cameron a little bit of background on how the two of you have history together.
Yeah, so Matty started off his college career at Northeastern University in Boston, and we kind of knew each other just because of statistics. We were both in the North Atlantic Conference back then, and we were both up there with Jake Oumet from Maine, Ryan Levesque from Vermont, kind of looking in the freshmen, who's leading who in scoring and assists and points, rookie of the week. They had that award. So we kind of knew each other because we saw our names up there. And then Maddie transferred to University of Hartford. I tore my ACL right before preseason, so I didn't play my first year with Maddie. But we ended up being roommates, really good friends. And the following year, we ended up being roommates. And Maddie's very, his numbers. He knows his numbers. He's a stats guy. He's very good. He's very knowledgeable. I'm sure he picks up some things from me, but I pick up a lot of stuff from him as well. So we bounce ideas off each other. It's his first year here, so he's very calm, cool, collected. But I know on the inside he's super passionate. So I don't want parents and the girls, when they hear him talk later in the season, when it's a close game and it's on the line, you're going to see his passion coming through. But his passion already comes through because he takes what he does so seriously. His training sessions are excellent. He's there early, setting up. He's got the warm-up down. The girls know what to expect. So, I mean, for high school coaches in the state, I think we definitely have a winner here. So I think Wethersfield's doing all right. So anyway, I've won 5 state titles here. I've never won a title with bad players. It really comes down to the players, and we've always had talent here. Can we tweak it a little bit, make it better, put kids in maybe the best positions to help us win? Yes, but it really comes down to the player pool. We got a great player pool here this year, both on the boys' side and girls' side. I looked at the girls' Class L, the teams that are in that as well, and I mean, with what I've seen so far with our girls, I mean, I think that they got a real good shot up there. They do have a tough schedule early on. So they'll have to figure some things out. But if you're just winning every game, if we won every game 5-0 here, you don't learn a lot about your team. When you face some adversity like we will in this next game, like Maddie is right now, we're going to watch this. We're going to watch it with the team, break things down, and figure out what we need to tweak. And I think halfway through the year, we'll probably see our true team.
And like most people, you'll watch it with the audio muted when you watch it back, right?
Yes, especially
yeah.
the last 10 minutes here. Yep.
All right. Well, I know you also have an addition to your coaching staff this year. So
Yes.
Laney Cameron
Yep.
is helping you out
Yep.
with your. So who's the better coach in the Cameron family, Matt or Laney?
I think Matt, but Laney's got a bright future ahead of her for sure. So Laney's great, and the boys have taken to her. She's there. She's doing our part of our warm-up and all that stuff, and it's a little mentoring, but she's really nice. She's a sweetheart. The boys love her. And it's good to have eyeballs. I like having eyeballs around with me because sometimes I'm looking this way, and she can tell me, hey, so-and-so is cramping or whatever, and it just – you know, sometimes I'll talk to myself on the sideline because the JV game is going on, so Tony Gomes is there, freshman game is going on, and it's nice just to have somebody not only to vent to, but sometimes she'll calm me down. Oh, you know what? Just relax. You know, let him play it out, and then because sometimes I'm ready to yank somebody, somebody off, and she'll say, oh, let him play it out, see what happens here, and I'm like, you know what? You're right, and then so I need a little bit of that sometimes.
You had a nice save, far post off the shot by Sapala as Wethersfield still trying to find the equalizer, but Massick going the other way. So, Coach, we will let you get running because you know you got to get your team ready for the big game that you talked about. It's Eagles versus Eagles, Wethersfield and Tallinn. You and Coach Kokomo, what kind of stakes do you have riding on this contest?
We both play it off like it doesn't mean too much, but I know he wants to kick my butt, excuse my language on air, and I want to do the same. We want to win. We're both competitors. He won a state title last year. It wasn't by accident. He puts a lot of hard work in. He's super competitive. He also works in our school here, a lot of the boys walk around in the hallways and they stick their head in his office and, tell them they're looking forward to this game, in different words. So now they have to back it up here. So I'm looking forward to it. But you know what? Thailand, I did the preseason camp for them a couple nights, and they're great boys. So these guys, when they leave here, I root for Mikey. I root for Maloney, when we're not playing against them. But when we're playing each other, obviously we're competitors, so we want to win.
What are you looking for if we get a one-on-one matchup? Chris Adagio attacking for Thailand, Ramo Amatovic defending for Wethersfield. What do you think comes of that?
I think Chris is in trouble.
All right. We will leave it there, Coach. We want to thank you so much for spending some time with us. Best of luck in your third and final game of the Jamboree. And as the season gets started next week, we'll see you down the road.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for what you do. Thank you.
All right, so we're back under 10 minutes, 9:12 to go here. Wethersfield still trying to find the back of the net. Masick has played a nice defensive game here, really limited Wethersfield's chances. Zapala had a nice one going toward the net, went toward the far post, but saved by the keeper for Masick, and the Panthers keep the 1-0 lead over Wethersfield. It's the third and final outing of the day for the Wethersfield girls, their third 30-minute game here. They've got a draw, 1-1 against Newington, and a 1-0 win over Maloney under their belts so far, but trailing this one. There's a ball played ahead. Burnell's going to get to it. Two defenders around her. What can she do with it? Down she goes. Good attack on the initial ball. Yanissi tried to get to it. No whistle here as we continue on with the action. Far side. Wethersfield still trying to keep the possession in the offensive half. It's going to roll over the sideline. It'll be a throw for Wethersfield.
And you heard Coach Yakum talk about it. Coach Cameron, there's 8 minutes left, and he's got most of his offensive starters in the game still. This is, while we talk about results don't matter, he wants to keep this unit out there and see if they can get the equalizer before he subs them out.
So we are approaching the 8-minute mark. 8 minutes to go in the third and final round of girls action here on Catone. Wethersfield girls in the traditional blue going right to left. Masick in the red jerseys going left to right. Coming toward the near side now are the Panthers into the center circle, switching fields. Masick looking to keep possession. They, of course, would love to add an insurance goal, but Wethersfield's going to probably try to ratchet up the attack on the defensive side. There's DeStefani in the middle of the action. You see the captain's band on her arm. She and Alana Burnell. Seniors and 4-year varsity players are both of those two members of that 2022 Wethersfield team that made the march all the way to the semifinals of the Class L tournament. One of the best seasons that Wethersfield has had in a generation. They had an unbeaten regular season that year, went all the way to the semifinals. These two saw lots of action, did DeStefani and Burnell. Now they are the senior leaders of this program, the captains looking to turn the program in an even higher direction under first-year coach Matt Cameron.
And like Coach Yakum talked about, you can't make deep runs, you can't win state championships without the players, and they return a number of talented players. So I think Coach Cameron has the tools, and like Coach said, maybe it's going to take half a season before you figure out all the pieces, but they've got the pieces to be able to be a competitive team and even make a run in the States.
6:30 to go. Wethersfield trying to win the ball back. Masick trying to keep it away. Panthers in red. Moving into the offensive half. Good shield there by Wethersfield. Turn on the ball, but it's going to go back to Masick. 4 subs waiting on the side here to come in for the Panthers. That ball is going to go well wide right. Will go over the end line and into the fence. So we'll have a goal kick coming for Wethersfield as the subs come into the game. And as Tom mentioned earlier, we just talked to Coach Yakum here as he has left us now to go prepare his team for their third and final game. We'll get a similar chance to sit down with Coach Matt Cameron during the next boys game, the game right after this. Coach Cameron will join us here in the booth, and we'll get his take on how the team is shaping up, what he's seen today, what he expects for the week and weeks ahead as Masick moves it toward the goal. Good play there by DeStefani. And that's going to be a handball. Let's see where that was. Hopefully outside the 18. I believe it was. So we should have a free kick coming. It's going to be on the right side, right about 20 yards out. So dangerous spot for the set piece here for Masick. 4-player wall forming for Wethersfield. Trujillo in net is on the near post, directing traffic, moving that wall to where she wants it. A little bit zig and zag as they back up for the 10 yards. Now Trujillo gets positioned in the middle of the net. A lot of action lined up on that far side. Short ball played in the middle, and nice decoy play that they tended to run. We know that's a favorite of Coach Tom McCarter in his coaching days, but
Always
Wethersfield
works.
escapes.
It always works. Even there, Wethersfield had sniffed it out. The player knew what was coming, but still, that little dummy gets through, and Masick was able to get a shot out of it.
Ball on the far side. Throw for Masick. Panthers with a 1-0 lead. Throw gets away down the side. Wethersfield going to claim it. Quick touch to the outside. Wethersfield needs to play out of trouble. Ball goes over the side. Which way are we going to go? Looks like it is going to go Wethersfield way. So here comes the throw for the Eagles, but it goes into traffic. Can Wethersfield control? Out it comes with Masick there to step to it. Panthers trying to switch fields. Good play by DeStefani to get that ball away. Sends it into the circle looking for her fellow senior captain, Burnell. She lays it off now. Yancey with the turn. And playing into the back are the Eagles. Center circle now. Here comes Wethersfield on the attack. Through ball. Down the right side we come. Burnell now has it. She's at the top. Can she split the defenders? Gets around to the outside. Poked away at the last minute. Good defensive play, but that's going to roll. I believe that one now is over the inline for a corner kick. So we've got a set piece opportunity for the Eagles. 3:25 to go. Trailing at 1-0.
And last year, this is Julia Daly territory. She would always find her head on the ball. Let's see who it is from Wethersfield this year who's going to be the biggest threat on set pieces like corner kicks here.
Corner kick, far corner for Wethersfield.
I've got my money on Grace Grismilo.
All right, here is DeStefani with a left-footed, hooks up, goes all the way over far post. It bounces, and no, looked like it was close, but went to the outside, just wide left.
Where did that ball go?
Let's see if we get a good read on that from the replay. Here comes it, going over toward that far post, and bounces and just over the goal. High hopper off the turf. So 2:38 to go as Wethersfield is denied on the set piece. Good service on that ball from DeStefani. Thought maybe she would go shorter and play it. She had Burnell near the top of the 18 in the middle. Went across far post. Wethersfield got a touch, just not able to make it find the back of the net. Here is Burnell with a nice shield trying to keep the ball. 1-on-2 she goes. A lot of contact. Ball poked away by Masick. Comes toward the near side. They're going to keep it in bounds here. And that will run some clock as we go to 2:07 and counting. 1-0 Masick lead. Final game of the Jamboree. Here's Masick now the other way, pushing the ball ahead. That's going to be one that Trujillo will be able to pounce on there. Not a shot on goal, but she's going to get to it. See if she just rolls it out. She does. Comes now toward the near side. Wethersfield looking to play out of the back. Find a chance to attack. Sapala right in front of the Eagles bench. Taps it back. Switching fields. Going across. Good touch soccer. You can tell that they've worked on that possession soccer playing out of the back. Just some of the connections not as crisp as maybe what we'll see as the season goes on. Ball goes back to Trujillo. She's going to come now. Switch fields. Come near side. Time becomes a factor for the Eagles. 1:19 to go. Wethersfield trails Masick 1-0 in their third and final game of this 23rd 9/11 Memorial Soccer Jamboree. Far side we go. Header followed by another one. Bouncing ball middle of the field. Headed backward. Masick looks like they're going to have first touch on that one. They're going to bounce one toward Trujillo. She's able to bring that one in, but we're under a minute. 52 seconds to go. High ball coming near side. Gets over the Masick player. Let's see if Wethersfield can get to it. Sapala gives chase, but Masick to it first. Masick doing a nice job here of keeping the ball, keeping the pressure on Wethersfield, keeping the ball in the defensive half for the Eagles. 34 seconds to go. Masick again with a good step. Here comes DeStefani now. Splits with the pass. Yancey comes near side. Sapala. She's going to cross the midline and let it go with the left foot. Gets over the head of Burnell, and there's Masick there to poke it back to the other side. Nice defensive settle. Eagles playing near the midline now. Ball still in bounds. Nice high ball from Sapala looking for the run. That's Bonfiglio up front. Can she get to it? Ball rattles off 2 players, booted over the inline. So and that's going to be it. That'll be the end of the game. So we end the third and final outing for the Wethersfield girls. They will end the day 1-1-1 as they fall to Massac. 1-0. Panthers win it. We'll be back in about 5 minutes with the final boys game of the day. All right, folks, welcome back. High above Catone Field, we are getting ready for our final match of the day, and it should be a good one. It's Eagles versus Eagles. It is Tolland in the gray, going to go left to right, taking on Wethersfield. Back to the pink jerseys are the Eagles of Wethersfield, going right to left. We are looking forward to a solid matchup. If you heard our interview with Coach Yakum during the last game, he was looking forward to this one as the third of the day. Said sometimes likes to make this marquee matchup the second one, but he's happy to round out with what should be a really strong test for his team. And I think you're going to see probably Wethersfield with much of their starting 11 in this game to ride this one out against a strong Tolland team coming off a Class M championship from last year.
And I think Tolland is going to treat it the exact same way. There's some bragging rights on the line, so while this may only be a preseason game and a jamboree game and really is meaningless, there's still some bragging rights on the line between the players and the teacher, Michael Kokomo, and the coach, Rob Yakum, and his former player, Michael Kokomo. So this is something that, both teams are going to play 100% to win here. This is going to feel a little bit more like a regular season game.
And from an individual matchup, we've got a marquee matchup. It looks like we've got a set piece coming
corner
early here.
kick. That cross went off Ramo and out of bounds, and it's a corner for Tolland.
All right, so actually did they switch directions on us? This looks like a Wethersfield corner coming up here.
Nope, it's a Tolland corner.
Oh, that's right. Okay, that's right. I tell you what, I shouldn't say we. You're doing great. There's a great save from McKenna. Let's see if we can get a second look at that one as the rebound came back. He pounces on it to keep this game scoreless early.
Yeah, right-footed corner kick sent into the box, and Tolland gets a foot on it, and McKenna able to get there. And that's what I love about Joey. He's going to give you his all on every single shot on goal. Even the ones that get past him, he's going to end up with turf on his face. His elbow's going to be cut up. He's going to be bleeding. He gives it his all. He's a fun goalie to watch.
All right, so we talked about the familiarity between the coaches. Tom mentioned Mike Como, a member of the staff here at WHS, former player for Coach Yakum. That ball is rocketed. There's another save from McKenna. Action early. Nice diving two-handed save there on an absolute line drive coming at him toward that far corner.
While Coach Yakum likes what he sees from McKenna, he doesn't want to have to see him making these kinds of saves too early on. He wants the ball on the other half of the field.
Fancy footwork from Tariq Alihadze. Gets into the offensive half of the field. Still trying to battle. It's really been 1-on-3 for about 20 yards. Down he goes, and let's see what happens.
And let's take a quick look while we can before the free kick happens at that last save from McKenna. Tolland player cuts in a little too much space. Nobody on Wethersfield really steps up and challenges him. Little two-hand punch out there.
We got Alihadze comes up, shakes off some of the cobwebs after that fall. He's about 20...
He's looking for Ramo. Chipping
Here
back
it
post
is.
to Ramo.
That ball curls in. There is Amatovic with the header, and he's whistled offside. We're going to see if we can take a look. The AR on the far side has the flag. Let's see what we got.
Yeah, he's got a better look at it than us, but well-executed play there. That's exactly how Wethersfield wanted to set up, with the exception of being offside.
Beautifully served ball from Tariq Alihadze there, led to a chance, but offside, so the opportunity is negated. We're about 3 minutes into the action on this final game of the day. It's been a fun one here as we've gone through the Jamboree. We've stumbled through a few of our words, a few of the calls, and we've been, I think, muted at times when we shouldn't have been muted. Hopefully we haven't been unmuted when we should have been muted. But we've enjoyed the action. We hope you've enjoyed being here with us. And earlier, right before this final game for the boys, the Wethersfield girls concluded their 3-game stretch here. And we are pleased to be joined here in the booth now by first-year Wethersfield girls soccer coach Matt Cameron. Coach, thanks so much for joining us. We're going to start from the top with probably the piece of news that all Wethersfield fans are interested in. We saw Giada Gianfrido go down in that first game, has not been able to play since. Anything you can give us in terms of updates on how she's doing?
Yeah, so she went to the hospital and they checked her out and everything is negative and it's just a pretty deep bruise. So no snaps, crackles, or pops. So hopefully in a few days of rest, she'll be all good.
Excellent. Well, that's you never like to see that at any point, especially in an exhibition when she was off to a pretty hot start. Had a couple of nice plays, including the one that led to the injury. As you think about now and look back on what you saw today, 3 games, but 3 short games, obviously exhibition, what sorts of things were you trying to look for heading into the day as you thought about how to play this out?
Yeah, so we obviously wanted to give everybody an opportunity to participate, number one. We were able to do that. I think everybody played a minimum of 30 of the 90. We pretty much played 2 groups, what I would consider, the top group, and then the second group. The top group played the majority, if not the whole thing, in the first game against Newington. And then pretty much the same thing in the second game, or I'm sorry, the third game just now. Overall, probably like around a B-. We did a lot of good things. The good thing is we're creating a lot of chances, which is excellent. If we weren't creating chances, that's, obviously a concern because you need to create chances in order to score. We need to tighten up how we defend, not necessarily in the back, but in, the midfield so that we can just deny service. The other teams, both Massac and Newington in particular, had some pretty speedy kids up front, and they were pretty direct at times, and balls over the top, can hurt, especially if you're playing against a faster athlete. And that doesn't come down to the backs, not being as fast as their opponent. It comes down to us needing to get better pressure on the ball in midfield.
Nice save in live action again from McKinnon. Teammates got both hands on that ball. It skips over. But we are going to set up for what should be another corner kick here for Tallinn as we watch this final game of the day. And that's great insight in terms of today. And how do you carry that forward in terms of what you saw today, what you try to work on in practice, and then as the regular season gets going for you on Tuesday at South Windsor?
Yeah, so our first 6 games are all extremely difficult. They could go either way, I think. In terms of being ready for the South Windsors and the Berlins next Friday, I think we just need to, like I said, just sort of tighten up how we defend in the midfield, specifically in transition moments when we have it and lose it. We need to just switch on about a half second quicker. And then just literally stay closer to each other with and without the ball. It was one thing today when we sort of got opened up and there was, bigger spaces between the players. And, when that happens, the better athletes have an advantage. So we want to, when it makes sense, which for us will probably be around 75% of the time, we want to have short options around the ball and then always looking to play forward, obviously, because we have a lot of pretty special attacking personalities and we want to give them an opportunity to get forward as much as possible.
Let's zero in on a couple of those personalities you have on the team. You have 2 senior captains who've been part of this program all 4 years. They both played significantly in their freshman seasons, which was a run for Wethersfield to the semifinals in Class L. How much does that help you coming in, having that kind of leadership from Burnell and DeStefani in particular?
Well, for me, being a first-year person, it's been great. I'm relying a lot on, not just those 2, but Emma as well. Emma's been, as important as the other 2 in terms of, most specifically, the way that they're sort of treating the environment. All 3 of them are being super respectful. They're being to the younger players. In terms of their play, they're obviously very hungry, aggressive competitors. And to have that as sort of, a baseline is a great start. And then on top of it, they're also really good players. So a lot of our success is going to depend on, their performance, not to put pressure on any of those 3. but that is something that does come with being one of the better players. So I think they'll be more than capable of handling that.
We had Coach Yakum in the booth with us during your final game, your team's final game, and he talked in similar terms about players making the difference. And, good teams mostly are built around good players. As you look ahead, just full season, are there any games or matchups that you're particularly focused on for your team?
No. And on paper, it would appear that the first few, maybe up to 6 games, on paper look really, formidable opponents. Towards the end of the season, maybe a little less so. We're just focused, as cliche as it is, one game at a time. South Windsor apparently is very strong, so we're going to go there on Tuesday and, see where we are in the process. What we're trying to do in terms of the mentality of the kids and getting them to play a certain way is going to take a while. It's going to take, at least a month. And we're hitting around the head of the nail right now, so we're not far off.
Well, that is a fantastic place to start. Just to catch you up quickly on what we're watching, it's the final boys game of the day. Nice catch there by Joey McKenna and net for Wethersfield. We're just about 10 minutes gone, actually more like 11, 19-15 to go in this 30-minute game. We're still scoreless. Tolland has put some pressure on. The Tolland Eagles are in gray, going left to right. Wethersfield Eagles in the pink jerseys, going right to left. Tolland up front is led by Jonathan Adagio, junior forward. He was last year in their Class M state title game, scored the game winner, had 9 goals and 7 assists as a sophomore. Here is a shot, and that is in the upper corner for Wethersfield. Eagles go on top 1-0. Wethersfield Eagles over Tolland Eagles. We'll see if we can get a look at this one from the production wizardry of Tom McCarter. Ball played. Nice little split of the defenders and left-footed shot into the upper 90. Goal scored. Monty Chicknelli. No. Naharo with the goal. So as we approach the 12-minute mark, 18 and counting, Naharo puts Wethersfield on top in this battle of Eagles to close out the day. Coach Cameron, to get back to you, you know Coach Yakum pretty well. He told us a little bit about the background and history you have. Tell us a little bit from your perspective in terms of what that relationship has been like and what it's like to come here now and have him as a partner in the soccer program at WHS.
Yeah, so when I transferred to Hartford from Northeastern, Robbie and I became roommates and best friends pretty quick. We had a really, really close relationship throughout college. I finished playing in 95. He had one more year, and I was still at the school. So I was the team's biggest fan that last year. It was a lot of fun following the team, which was extremely successful that year. I think they were in the Elite Eight. And then watching Robbie score, I think it was 18 goals that year, a hat trick against Harvard in the NCAA tournament. And then after college, he was working at Oakwood, and he got me the job at Oakwood. I think it was 98. And I was there through 2021. He left a few years before me. But we've always been super close. Even during the times where we weren't, seeing each other, we were talking soccer, checking up on each other, seeing how the families are doing, yada, yada, yada. And, it's just one of those, he's one of those guys in my life that, we might not talk for a few months and then we just pick things right back up. When I applied here, I have to believe that he might have said some decent things about me. If he didn't, I probably might not be here. But it is kind of interesting and unique and super cool that him and I are both here at the same time, having been roommates, having what I think are two decent teams this year. Obviously, there'll be ups and downs from year to year, but in watching these guys right now, as we almost commit a foul at the top of the box.
Yeah, whistle stayed in the pocket on that one.
These guys look really, really sharp. I think he'll be pretty pleased with where they are already. And Tolland is tough. Mike is a good coach. He gets the kids motivated to play, and they're super aggressive, and they never go away. So I would anticipate this game, the last 15 minutes, to, I don't think it's going to slow down, which will be, good for us up here and good for the fans, but also good for the players because they need these games in preseason. They need real games. They need real tests, and this certainly is one.
Free kick for Tolland gets cleared by Wethersfield, so the score remains Wethersfield 1, Tolland nothing. Final game of our Jamboree showcase here today. Eagles of Wethersfield are in the pink, going from right to left. And you mentioned Coach Kokomo for Tolland and sort of that familiarity. He's a WHS staffer. He's known Coach Joachim for a while, detailed your relationship with Coach Joachim. But then you also have your daughter Lainey, who is now helping out on the boys' side with Coach Joachim.
Yeah, yes. She was going to actually be helping me. There was a little snag with that. So she approached Robbie and said, hey, I'm available. Consider taking me on board. It's obviously a different dynamic. There just aren't enough female coaches in youth soccer and high school soccer. There certainly aren't enough or any, or I don't know how many there are, female coaches doing boys programs. So it's an interesting dynamic. The boys have been nothing but respectful to her. She has a decent pedigree in terms of coaching. She's been with me doing camps forever. She has coached travel teams out in Marlboro for Ram Youth Soccer. She did a girls team. She actually did a boys under 14 team. And now she's here and she wants to be a coach. And, the way I became a coach was I just started doing it. I started doing it at Oakwood and then went through the licensing, U.S. soccer licensing and whatnot.
Shot goes wide right for Tolland there as they had a chance to try to even this one up. Wethersfield still on 13-10 to go.
Yeah, and the best way to do that is just by coaching, just by getting out there and doing it. So she, hears me at the dinner table and we have about the game and what we think it should look like. And then she gets to spend time with these guys and Robbie and, put more information in her toolbox. And, that's the way to kind of do it.
And we understand quite a bit of soccer talk at the dinner table. Your son also playing this year for Middletown on the boys' side.
Yeah. Yeah, they should have a decent team this year. They got to have a bunch of good club players. They have a good coach at the high school. They seem to get along pretty well. The boys do. They're all pretty tight with one another, which is obviously important. So yeah, it'll be interesting when they line up against Wethersfield. I don't know if they play them once or twice.
They've got them twice. We got September 16th at Middletown, and then again here at Catone on October 14th.
Yeah, so that'll be interesting. I'll probably have to, sit between them at dinner and maybe referee a little bit. Certainly after the game, maybe I'll take him out to eat and send her home to eat.
Diplomacy at its finest.
Yeah, but I'm sure it'll be fun, and it'll be a busy. The Cameron household will be busy this fall with me doing my thing, Laney going a different direction, and then Jackson, just a few miles away doing his thing. So I'll put on a few miles zipping around trying to get to half of this game and a quarter of this game, but this time of the year is a lot of fun.
Wethersfield in pink here in the boys' action on the field draws a free kick. Tariq Alihadze going to take it on the far side. Just about 34 yards out from the net on that right side, so we'll see what he does with it. Amatovic makes the run toward the now far post. Ball comes all the way. Gets a head on it, does Amatovic, but it's cleared out by Tolland. Tolland Eagles in gray going left to right, trying to move the other direction. There is Jonathan Adagio up front. Challenged by Ali Hodzik. Flag goes up, and he draws the whistle, so it'll be a free kick for Tolland here. As Tolland Eagles try to move the ball forward and even the score. Looks like Adagio lost a shin guard, gets it back in. Free kick coming for Tolland. Well, Coach, we'll let you get out of here and go address your team, maybe even get some food. You probably haven't had a chance to have any lunch yet.
Yeah, I am kind of hungry, to be honest.
We wanted to just thank you so much for taking the time to be with us. Thank you for giving us some insight on what you're seeing with the team this year. Welcome to Wethersfield, and we're looking forward to seeing you. We'll have a game a week on the live streams, and then we'll try to catch up with you for the games we're not at to make sure we keep up with what's happening. So we appreciate your time today.
Perfect.
Good luck with the season as you
Thank
get started.
guys.
And
appreciate it.
welcome to town. All right, we thank both our coaches, Rob Yakum on the boys' side, Matt Cameron on the girls' side, for taking some time to give us some additional insight into the season ahead that is about to get underway. Regular season starts this coming week. There's a low line drive, goes wide. Right, that was dangerous.
Not wide by much. Not wide by much.
And that was a line drive like a skip of a rock across a pond. That would have been trouble had it gone on goal. We're under 10 minutes to go. We got 9:42 and counting here in this final exhibition game of the day. Wethersfield's Eagles in pink going right to left are on top 1-0 off the goal at about the 18-minute mark from Leo Naharo. And they still are holding the 1-0 lead over Tolland. As we look back through the other results from the day, Wethersfield got off early and put 4 on the board against Simsbury in a 4-1 win. Then in the second outing, Wethersfield held scoreless as Kingswood Oxford got the goal to take a 1-0 win over the Eagles in that one. And now we're at the third and final match of the day for Wethersfield. Tolland got off to a 2-0 win over Kingswood Oxford, then a 1-1 draw against Simsbury. Both those games played over on DeChico. And then they are here now on Catone. The showcase game of the day really on the boys' side. 2 marquee individual players. Jonathan Adagio up front on the offensive side for Tolland. Ramo Amatovic on the defensive back line for Wethersfield. Bit of a misplay from Ali Hodzik there. He's going to keep the ball, though. Nice job popping back up. Keeps possession. Left-footed ball toward the goal. Headed by Wethersfield and just wide. Great chance we're going to try to take another look at. Beautiful service. Wide left.
Yes.
Just missed.
Sorry, his 4th goal of the afternoon.
Yeah, if you weren't with us earlier, Damian Sardo had a hat trick in that first game with 4-1 win over Simsbury we talked about. Eagles held scoreless. Tariq Alahadzik had the other goal in that first one. Then the Eagles were held scoreless in their second game against Kingswood Oxford. Holding the 1-0 margin over Tolland right now, the defending Class M state champions, headed up by WHS staff member Mike Kokomo. Tolland in gray, going right to left, takeaway by Ali Hodzik. A little bit of contact, a little extracurriculars there. Tugs of the jerseys and draws maybe the attention of the AR on the side.
And as you heard from Coach Yakum, both coaches mainly sticking with their starting lineups. We've seen a few subs here and there, but both these guys want to win. And these final 7 minutes are going to be pretty intense because, as we said in the beginning, lots of bragging rights on the line. And Tolland's really been buzzing. You know, they could have had a few goals here or there if a ball went a little further left or a little lower. They've had the better of the chances. McKenna's made some good saves, and a couple they've screamed just wide. But Wethersfield really capitalized on their that one great scoring chance they had. And what a pass from Madi Cicchinelli and Leo Naharo, who had 0 goals during the regular season last year, got a good look and hit it about 80 miles an hour into the upper right corner. So probably the prettiest goal we've seen today. That was a really nice one from Wethersfield.
Yeah, well played on the setup and then the finish, just impeccable. Tolland on the attack, 6:16 left here in this 30-minute game. Headed out of there by Wethersfield Eagles. Wethersfield Eagles in pink, trying to come back the other way. There's a ball moved toward the middle. Looks like they were trying to find Jonathan Adagio, but got over his head. Good play to turn back in toward the 18. Nice ball handling on that side. Deflected at the last moment on the shot. Looks like that was Naharo.
Stepped in. Good job blocking it.
So Leo Naharo with the goal. Nice deflection there. It will lead to a set piece, though. Corner kick lined up on the far side for Tolland. 5:40 to go. Tolland trying to find the equalizer. Low ball, and it's booted out of there by Wethersfield. Comes back toward the middle of the field. Tolland tries to take possession, but here comes Ali Hadzik. Down the field come the Eagles across the midline. Ali Hadzik still chased by 2. Has to get around 1. Has to come around to the left side now. 1-on-1 we go. Ali Hadzik against a Tolland defender. He's moving into the 18 now. 1-on-2. Ali Hadzik holds it up in line. Deflected, taken away by Tolland. So nice movement, but one of those plays where maybe if he gives it up, can get it back in a better position.
Yeah, I think he was going to give it up, and the moment that he was thinking about it, he recognized that his teammate was offside and he needed to hold on to it a little bit longer. And the great thing about Tariq is you can't force him left, you can't force him right.
Oh, look at the move by Adagio. Wow, created an opportunity. That was some of the best individual footwork without question.
Yeah, nice movement inside the box here to get an open look here. And I think it's Amatovic. No, it's, Amatovic that just steps in and reflects that ball. If Amatovic doesn't get his big right foot in the way there, that one's probably going to be in the back of the net.
We've got some subs into the game for Wethersfield as we get our regular season minds. With that corner kick goes across, gets past McKenna, but knocked out of there. Here's going to be an opportunity potentially, though, still inside the 18 for Tolland. They've got control of the ball. It is high. It is just outside the 18, headed out of there by Wethersfield. Tolland again in the gray.
At this pace, Wethersfield's going to be lucky to get out of here with a 1-0 win.
That ball was deflected. Looks like dangerously close to an elbow, but no whistle. Midline is Tolland. Tolland Eagles going left to right, gray jerseys. Wethersfield Eagles going right to left in the pink. Here's a high ball played to top. Looking for Adagio up front. McKenna going to get there. Adagio does a nice job avoiding the contact. 3:45 to go in this one. Wethersfield on top, 1-0. It's been a good showing. You have to think, based on his comments before the game, Coach Joachim going to be pleased, at least so far, with how things have played out for his team.
Yeah, look, I think he's going to be pleased if they can hold on to this 1-0 lead because he wants this. And here comes a chance on the left side. But I think he's also going to feel like Tolland may have been the better team. And so, you know, he's going to know that this wasn't a convincing win if they can hold on to it. But 3 minutes left. Wethersfield's got to keep it down here because they've been flirting with danger on the other half.
Throw comes in. Wethersfield able to get to it. Trying to switch fields. Nice takeaway, though, by Tolland. Tolland in the gray trying to move the other way, but there is Wethersfield. High ball played toward the top of the arc. Gets away from the Eagles. Down they go the far side. That'll go over the end line, and that should be a goal kick coming for Tolland. So they'll have 2:48 to move the ball down the field, try to find the equalizer here. Tolland's results, as we talked about, a 2-0 win over Kingswood Oxford.
Good chance here from Fabi. Oh.
And good scoop and quick throw for the keeper on the Tolland side. So we remain at 1-0 Wethersfield. Tolland now moving down the field. 2:27 and counting here in this one. Right inside the giant W at the center of the field. Down the right side they come. Do the Eagles of Tolland. It gets away over the inline, and McKenna calls for it. He's going to get a goal kick out of this.
And Wethersfield's going to be in slow it down mode here. You know, this isn't an event where the refs are going to stop the clock or get after you for not playing quickly enough. Amatovic here coming to take the kick. Factors to be a long ball from Ramo.
It is a high ball into the center circle. Tolland looking to move it the other way. Iannucci with some size, got a head on it initially, but Tolland able to poke it forward. That'll go over the end line, though. Let's see if that was a deflection.
Ooh, they gave Wethersfield a goal kick, but I'm with you. That may have grazed Vizcarra's leg as it went down there.
It looked very, very close, but we trust the eyes of the folks who are much closer than us. And when we're not wearing, at least I'm not wearing my glasses, I don't trust my eyesight very much at all.
Over on DeChico, Simsbury is up 1-0 over Kingswood Oxford on a goal from Ryan Goodwin.
Is that his second of the day, Tom?
That is second of the day. friend of the family.
Thought I remembered you calling that name out earlier, so nicely done there. A lot of good soccer action today. A lot of really solid teams that we've seen throughout both the boys and girls action. Tolland boys here down the right side. Now tapping toward the middle. We've got 55 seconds to go. Good challenge by Iannucci. Ball gets across. Wethersfield's got to get it out of danger. It's going to be a loaded up shot, but deflected there. Good defensive effort by Wethersfield to get that center.
Yeah, Wethersfield a little too passive in the box there. We'll bail out of this replay if there's a chance coming. But you see it served across, and looks like Daigle maybe missed on the clear attempt a little bit. Got a good look, but wasn't able to bury it in the back of the net.
So here we go. Tolland again putting the pressure on. Under 30 seconds, 26 and counting now. Ball goes over the side. Quick throw. Wethersfield needs to pack it into the defensive portion of the field. Attacking third now. Tolland. Throw comes all the way in to the 18. Over the head of Adagio. That was the matchup right there. Adagio against Amatovic. Throw just a little high for Adagio to be able to control. But Tolland still trying to do something as we go to the final 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1, and Wethersfield is going to hang on for the 1-0 win in their final game of the day. The boys end up with a win, 1-0, so they go 2-1-0 on the day.
Is that it? Or are we done?
I think we're done after all this talking. So, folks, we thank you for joining us. Thank you for putting up with some of our preseason issues that we needed to work through and just, frankly, the challenge of talking for this many hours in a row. Thanks so much. We are glad you could join us. Remember, we'll be back with another live stream. It's boys action Wednesday afternoon, 3:45 kickoff, Wethersfield boys against Berlin. And then we're back next Friday, 6 p.m. from Berlin as the Wethersfield girls travel to play the Redcoats at Sage Park. So thanks so much for joining us. We're going to sign off for now. That is all we have for the 2025 9/11 Soccer Jamboree. Thanks again to analyst, director, producer Tom McCarter, to Connor Swanson for joining us and helping with clock duties for a little bit. And all day long, our camera operator, Sophie Gustafson, did a nice job bringing you the action that Tom was able to clip off into replays. Thank you so much. Have a great day. Enjoy Labor Day weekend, and we'll be back next week.